Hello everyone, one more time. Let's start our presentations. Okay, so today we have a presenter from Latvia. So yeah, our neighbor. Uh, Small technical things first of all. So you can ask questions online, and also here you can see website where you can open and also input that code. For every presentation we will have different code. Online you also will see that code, and you will be able to ask questions online, and then at the end of the presentation we will check those questions, and also you will have a possibility to ask questions here live. So we have a microphone additional, so please raise the hand if you have some questions, and we will bring you a microphone. And I guess that's it. We can start our presentation. So Dmitry, how are you today, and what you have for us?
Okay, I'm good, thanks. Leonard, nice to see you. Nice to see all of you actually here. So, yeah, a little bit about myself and about this presentation. So, uh, mm, as Leonard already told, I'm from Latvia, so, and I'm working there in Citadele Bank, but despite of what my t-shirt says, I'm a manager there, so don't trust my t-shirt. I'm not an engineer anymore. I didn't wrote any line of code like for 6 or 8 months, something. So yeah, and this presentation, it kind of result of my thoughts on scaling attempts in different organizations during last year. And as our keynote speaker, Goiko, already told, that scaling is a kind of hyping thing right now. Everyone, instead of selling just Scrum or, I don't know, Kanban consultancy, a lot of consultants and coaches right now selling agile scaling framework like safe, less, and so on. And I've noticed that before you can adopt successfully any of those scaling frameworks, you need to take care of certain things, and I'm going to discuss those things during this session. Okay, so here, no, yeah. Here is a slide about myself, yeah. How I became kind of agile person. I don't know, is it correct to say that, but yeah. In 2004, I bought a book about XP programming, extreme programming, yeah. Has everyone read it? Okay. Probably I'm the only one. Okay. When you'll be in Riga, you can borrow it from me. The only problem it's in Russian because it was like almost 15 years ago. So yeah, and right now I'm head of software development department in Citadele Bank, in Latvian one. In Lithuania we got a different IT department, so do not confuse these two for now. And yeah, oh, welcome. And now you know a lot of things about me. Yeah, I'm also kind of founded Agile Latvia organization back in the like 8 years ago. Let's learn something about you. How many managers are here? Raise your hands. Not so many. Okay. How many developers are here? A little bit more than managers. Okay. How many QA people are here? What? Only 2 of you. Okay. I'm the third one. I worked as a tester for 3 years. Okay. And who's the rest? Stand up and name you. Product owners, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and another question, how many of you are working using Scrum? Similar amount as the managers, right? Okay. How many of you are working using something else but still agile? Cool. How many of you are trying to apply some agile scaling framework? Good luck. So, let's talk a little bit about what scaling is. I found this magic, brilliant quote. Yeah. So, and I've seen scaling like this in many organizations. Yeah. Like, we got one team, let's add another team, and then they just doubled not only amount of what they can produce, but also amount of impediments and so on and so on. And to solve this, actually those scaling frameworks were introduced, yeah? But why do we need this scaling? Usually there are typical cases. There are no agile teams, sorry, I'm kind of sore throat and so on. So there are no agile teams in an organization, and some big guy, CTO or CEO, wants to have agile teams. And okay, it's kind of very cool thing we can do, like safe or less and so on. Or we got one agile team in an organization and we want more team like this. So let's do them all, let's convert them all into doing Scrum, and let's align them using some magical framework and so on and so on. And when in an organization already there are several teams, somebody, usually product owners, they want more alignment so they can predict and solve those dependency across the teams and so on. And of course, yeah, the most obvious reason for introducing this scaling frameworks, they want faster delivery. So not deliver the big product by small chunks, but deliver many small chunks at once. So, but the general goal, to my understanding, is to create a scalable agile organization. Yeah, and when organizations scaling, when we're scaling our organization, by having more teams, fast growth, and better alignment between them, we want to achieve have more products, bigger products, faster delivery. And I guess the best example of this approach is Spotify. And everyone around the globe talking a lot about Spotify model. And I'm no exclusion to this list. I'm gonna talk, I have 2 slides about Spotify model, so I'm gonna share my insights about this model, but at the end of the presentation, not now. So, and a little bit about my own scaling experience from one company. I'm not talking about current company. I worked for small or medium Norwegian companies of around 60 people spread across Norway and Latvia. And one day our CTO told us, okay guys, let's do safe. And we did this magical big planning for 1 quarter upfront, and we got perfectly aligned plans. We got a lot of post-it notes and so on and so on. So our plans were just brilliant. I was really proud of my facilitating work and my handwriting there on those big flip charts and so on. But when we started to execute it, it appeared that each team implements only 30% of what been planned for this sprint. The same happened for the next sprint and for the next sprint. And during the entire quarter, we implemented only 30% what we anticipated to achieve. And then the managerial decision was, let's change a bit the way we are working. Let's do, instead of 3-week sprints, let's do 2-week sprints. but really it didn't change anything. So the same 30% were happening every 2 weeks instead of every 3 weeks. And slowly, after 1 year, company moved back to old ways of working. So no alignment, no big upfront planning, and so on. And I've got a question for you. I tried to kind of draw the schematic of how I see traditional organization, traditional hierarchical organization, and kind of agile organization. Yeah, so there are information flows, there are things, those dots means where decisions are made. So in my understanding, for agile organization, the decision should be made as closer to execution as possible. Here in traditional orgs, the decisions are made on the top, and then just scaled down to the teams who are going to execute all those decisions. So my question to you, which organization is easier to scale? I got suspicions that this one, right? Because when the only person in the company should make all the decisions, and the team amount of teams is growing each quarter, so the amount of decision this person should make growing accordingly, right? So, and either he's gonna delay those decisions, or she, or the quality of those decisions will go down. So, the really important questions of applying the scaling framework is not how you're gonna scale, but what are you scaling? Because if you try to scale a trash can, you're gonna have multiple trash can, not Spotify, right? And I try to kind of extract those things which could affect our scaling framework application and so on. And those red things, those are things I'm gonna talk about them today, and this stuff I'm not gonna talk about it. I mean, let me explain. I made this presentation for Agile Riga Day in June, and then each time I'm giving this presentation, I'm throwing out stuff because there are too much things, and each of this aspect could, I don't know, we can create 10 of presentations about it, and it still won't be enough. So I'll try to highlight some key aspects of all these red things, and then maybe we can discuss, you can ask questions and so on. So hiring, why is it important? Because it takes time, yeah? So you cannot grow really fast without hiring new people, right? It's logical. But also you need to get right people for the team, and you need to get right people for the organization. You may find a brilliant developer, but who has values like which are really contradictory to your organization values. And also, if we would click back to this organization scheme, who's going to make the decision about hiring? Is it also one person or it's multiple? So, and there are warning signs when you're scaling. So, first of all, it could be disorganized process. So, interviewers are not aligned amongst each other, yeah? So they may ask questions on the second interview, the same questions, which were already asked on the first interview, and so on. So, and different interviewers can dig into different areas and ask completely contradictory questions and so on and so on. So, second thing is the talent level is dropping. So, new hires have much worse quality than the previous. And the third one, people who involved, I mean not only human resource department, recruiters, but also technical interviewers. They are overloaded with amount of interviews. So, and that's where you need to scale also. So, how we can do this scaling for hiring people? We need to involve more people, it's obvious. But there should be one important thing, it's consensus-based decision. So it's not one person who is saying, okay, we're gonna hire this one. No, there should be hiring committee which should have a discussion. So that's gonna give us alignment and also scaling. And I've seen it in several organizations, special people called bar raiser. People who are really not doing a lot of development, but who are trying to uncover what kind of new qualities this person could bring into organization, what his strengths and so on. So yeah, here's the basic scheme for scaling hiring, yeah. So the key thing here is to have not single person or couple of persons, but really established process with common understanding how the organization or candidate walks through it. Sorry. Yeah, why bar raisers are important is that you might have a brilliant developer, really talented, but I've seen many developers with mini-me syndrome, yeah? They value only things they know. They do not try to learn what other than their area of expertise they can ask about. So, and if you got this kind of person leading the technical interviews, you're gonna end up with a smaller, with the team packed with a smaller version of this interviewer. Onboarding also takes time, yeah. And if you need to onboard many people, you need to have a lot. You need to spend a lot of efforts, right? So you need to do two things simultaneously. You need to get person into the organization, and also you need to get a person into the team. And you need to organize this person learning, and you need to have a plan, and so on and so on. So, questions to you, dear people. How many of you felt joining the organization that there is a plan for your onboarding? Okay, I'm curious what felt the rest. Yeah. And if we exclude the part usually human resource department is doing, how many of you felt good about your onboarding into the development part of the organization? Not bad too. Okay. I'm gonna show you this one. It's a Trello board. One of Trello trying to kind of promote. It's a new hire onboarding plan. And then I have to say Spotify again. Spotify uses similar to this one, but with a little bit different items. So, and I think it's a really good approach because you can copy this board for each new comer into your organization and walk him through the process using this pretty visual stuff. Yes. But when we got a new guy in, or girl, sorry, in the organization, how can we find if this person fitting into the team, or which team he fits the best, or she? So there are several approaches. You may have, for instance, demo sessions, like within 3 or 4 teams, showing the guy what they are doing, and then discussing what kind of problems they have, and so on and so on. There are bug fix sessions, so you can sit together with him, and using pair programming or just giving him opportunity to fix the bug in the code, or whatever, maybe to start creating new feature. And these sessions are short, so one person could have like half a day session in one team, half a day in another, and in a couple of days he can learn a lot about several teams. Then teams also can learn something about him, his kind of coding style, his attitude to the job, and so on and so on. And probably only at that moment the decision which team she should join should be made. For instance, we do not have similar in Citadel. We do not have similar approach, but we are using things like for first months, a guy who joined us, he's attending not only at his team's daily stand-ups, but also with a couple of teams more. He spends like 15 or 30 minutes per day additionally, but he learns what kind of people are there working and what they are doing. Yeah, let's talk about information flows. I've got a very sad example of how information delivery is failing within a company. So in one company there was a traditional midsummer fest in the end of June, yeah, and 1 year it was cancelled and nobody told why. And then 2 months after, there was a big summer party somewhere outside of Riga, and so on and so on. So everyone was invited, but almost like only 100 of people decided to join this party. And the main reason was because people were upset that this midsummer party fest was cancelled. But the reason why it was cancelled, because the company wanted to save money for this bigger event, but nobody told to employees that that's gonna be like this. Okay, so my point here is that you got a lot of information flows within your organization, but in order to deliver information to the recipients who really need this, you need to design them thoroughly. And also there are meetings. Meetings are the worst form of communication within an organization. So as soon as you can avoid meetings, please avoid. There are no the best one, because there are different purposes of information exchange. I tried this, but I've got 60 people in my department, so I gave up quite quickly. Also, when you're scaling, it's me, like calling for meetings, yeah, or sending emails. So when we're scaling up and using, for instance, maybe different companies are joining and so on and so on, there are 3 types of explosions, tool explosions. For instance, the company I worked for, they were using Skype for Business for communication with customer. They were using internal web-based chat, and there are also several groups for kind of hot topics using WhatsApp. So, and it was really unclear which channel we should communicate, which issues. And if something was written, say, in WhatsApp, there was no chance to find it afterwards in some corporate information systems. Also, no, actually, you know, meetings are not the worst form of communication. Emails are the worst form of communications. And the clear signs that something is not right with the organization is that every kind of questions go through your mailbox. And when business is sending you email asking when feature A gonna be ready, that's a clear sign that they do not use any kind of agile board or issue trackers, and they don't care about using it, or they just you just didn't spend enough time educating them how to use it. Yeah. So, and when amount of teams is growing, so does your email communications, your amount of meeting, and so on. Because the easiest way, yeah, to share the information, you just call the meeting, you invite everyone, and then like a couple of teams could spend 1 hour listening, 3 people are talking between each other. So, the best form of communications. There are several channels, yeah? So, before you want to spread some information, you need to decide which channel to use. Is it one to many? Usually managers are sending, I'm the manager, so I'm sending to my department. Okay, guys, please fill in the hours you spend this month and so on. Then I'm going one-on-one, asking, why didn't you fill this form and so on and so on. Then I'm writing, again, email. And then probably I'm showing the dashboard that, guys, you suck at filling hours. I'm not going to check it again. So, and when we kind of designing our communication channel, we need to think about how long this message going to last. So if you want somebody would kind of find 3 months after this moment that you did something or you decided something, you need to make it searchable. Yeah, so probably you don't need to write it down in WhatsApp or in Slack. You need to write it down also somewhere in Confluence or somewhere else. This Tuesday in Riga, we had in bank we had a special guest from Google. It was my predecessor, and he left the bank and went to London to work in Google. And he described a brilliant case of this highly searchable information. So in Google, they writing down everything about all kind of problems they are facing or investigating and so on. They're writing down what they did, how they look at the problem, how they solved, and so on. And guy was solving specific problem, and he was writing down everything he was doing. And then he tried to search in Google kind of cloud of information if anyone else faced the same problem and tried to solve it. And the Google search works so fast that he immediately found the document which he was writing. So a little bit about decision making, right? So when the multiple teams are working together, they could have joint planning and so on, the meetings, and when they are agreeing about something, the phase of execution usually fades out. Yeah, they agreed, then went back to their own backlogs and kept doing what they promised to their product owner, right? So we need to focus on this phase too, because somehow when teams are working together, they focus, in some organizations, not all of them, they're focusing on their own needs, but not on the needs of other teams and so on. So as I told before, the distance between execution and decision making should be as short as possible. So when you decided that you're gonna do this and that, you should start doing this. And also about feedback. Feedback is crucial in this process, and also in all the communication, feedback is most important thing, I guess. So question to you guys, how many of you been giving feedback to your subordinates, to your team members and so on? Okay. How many of you have been asked to give feedback to your manager? No, the same amount. Is it the same people who works in specific organizations? Yeah, I tried to get the feedback from my guys in my department, and it was quite interesting experience. The first answer was like, I asked what your manager should start doing immediately, and the answer was start dancing, listening Punjabi MC song. Yeah, so how we monitor this execution when we agreed upon, we need not only focus on the starting point, but we need to monitor execution through the whole process. So we need to decide what to measure, maybe have a dashboard or something which could show all involved parties where are we at this. Because I got a terrible experience when we got weekly meeting, and when we were asking about how our test data scrambling is going, and like usual case, it was 90% ready 90% of time, but we never can start to use it. So, and also quite important things that we need to assign the one responsible, because otherwise there not going to be any progress. Technical excellence, also quite important for scaling, because if your team shares the same code base with another team, it may kind of problem to release this. My own experience, we got Norwegian colleagues, we were working on the same product, and we went on vacation, so we decided to do release after we will return. But when we returned, our Norwegian colleagues, they also went for vacation, and they broke down our repository. So it wasn't even compiling. And then we waited for 5 weeks. Yeah, we made it compiling, but still there were failing tests. Something was broken completely. So we were waiting 5 weeks until they would return from the vacation and so on. So in order to avoid this, you need to define what are your quality standards, not only for your team, but for the whole organization. Who's gonna maintain the quality and how? Code review process and pull requests, maybe similar processes, maybe different. How you maintain the quality of the code. How your collaborative code ownership is working. So who you need to pull from each team in order to review your changes, or in order to kind of how fast you need to go through this process and so on. How different team could work with this same backlog for the same product. So is one team picking all this juicy stuff and the second team just getting leftovers, or you sharing some interesting job between many teams and so on. How the technical debt is managed, because if one team just keep adding technical debt and another team removing technical debt, it's gonna be kind of vicious cycle. One team is shitting into your code and you cleaning after them. And a colleague of mine, he left just for this reason, because he got fed up with another team just doing some quick dirty fixes and then throwing it to Riga in order to make it nice and maintainable. Also, how the technical expertise is shared between different teams. We, in Citadel, we organized a hack day, and the topic was having more expertise with ELK or ELK, Elasticsearch, Kibana, and Logstash product. So, and we got volunteers who were sitting and hacking this ELK stuff and so on, and we got team which didn't join this hack day, but they were sitting in the same room, and in the middle of our hacking session, guy asked, guys, why are you doing this? I can give you a Docker image for this with all the setup and fitting into our infrastructure. Why are you doing this? And we were like, and how long do you have this image? About a year. So it's really important to have these brown bag sessions or hack days in order to share this kind of information, what kind of expertise you have in your organizations. Okay, 10 minutes left. Oh, okay, about Spotify. When I joined the bank, during interviews, I've been told that, okay, we are trying to implement Spotify model in our organization. And this was brought by consultants from big American company, I won't name it, but if you Google Spotify model, you will find at least 10 references to this company. So they are selling it quite actively. And I talked with guys from Spotify who really worked for Spotify, and they were like, wow, where did they learn this? Because we haven't seen them in Spotify, but they're selling. And many companies are thinking like, okay, we're gonna have this magic USB stick with Spotify model, we just inject it into our organization and we're gonna be next Spotify. Bad news for those organizations, because there is no iconic Spotify model. When they started in 2008 until now, it's 10 years. So this model was evolving constantly. And each squad or chapter or guild or tribe, they're doing it a little bit differently because they own personal preferences or experience or their agreements and so on. So for those who are interested really in Spotify model, there is a very good training made by Swedish consulting company CRISP by 2 agile coaches who were working in Spotify for quite a long time, but I'll refer to this a little bit later. Yeah, and final thought, I promised you 2 slides on Spotify. So this is the second one. So Kent Beck, who knows who Kent Beck is? First of all, he signed Agile Manifesto, and he is a kind of father of extreme programming approach. So yeah, he's saying that Spotify didn't invented this Spotify model by copying someone else. They tried many different things, and they stick to things which were working for them. So for us, there is no value in just blindly copying Spotify model and doing, and one of these kind of consultants' achievement in my organization was they just renamed teams into squads. And they also needed to do something with product owners, because we got product owners before, but they were not like Spotify product owners. So, and they proposed to rename them as squad leads. So, yeah, we are trying to rename them back into product owners because there are several squad leads with no squads. They just have a product and no squad. My conclusion to this is that before you're going for scaling, you need to find your most time-consuming activities in your organizations which are not directly linked into producing the code or producing the product. Like I already told, hiring, onboarding, communication, meetings, because meeting doesn't have anything with making software. You're just trying to share information or align your plans and so on and so on. You need to come up with plan, like what you need to change, how you're going to change it, who's going to do this. Then execute the plan. Yeah, remember this execution part is crucial to any plan actually. And maybe after that you need to pick your agile scaling framework if you need one. Yeah, 3 things I highly recommend you to look into. Yeah, first of all, book by O'Reilly Publishing, Scaling Teams, a guy from SoundCloud and from, I don't remember what kind of organization, but also fast growing and so on. So second thing, I already mentioned training at CRISP in Stockholm, but they're doing also around Europe, so maybe you can invite them into Lithuania if you get enough people who wants to learn it. It's made by Joachim Sunden and Jimmy Janlen, brilliant guys, and it's 2-day workshop, so you're gonna learn much more about how to scale teamwork. In 2 days you will learn more than in 40 minutes from me. So, and Australian guy Neil Killick, who's also kind of scaling without framework proponent. So he's saying that maybe you should wait for picking up framework. Maybe there are things you can do without any framework, just thinking about your processes and so on. So I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dmitry. Now we have questions and answer session. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand and I will connect our Menti tool. So we already have some questions from online and in the application. So any questions, just raise your hand and Kazimieras will bring you microphone. Okay, we have one question. You can read it and answer.
Yeah, I like it. How to avoid communication tool explosion and on organizational level when decision making is decentralized and every team starts using what is convenient for them. I think that there should be kind of managerial decision in this, because either it's voting for which tool to pick, or someone should choose set of tools. In the bank, we are using actually 2 tools. We are using free version of Slack for instant communication, and we are using Microsoft Teams for communication, which lasts a bit longer than a couple of weeks. So it could be searchable and we could review the whole conversation, because in free version, they're erasing all the time all the messages and old files and so on. So I haven't seen that in any organization that everyone was happy about which tool was chosen for the communication. So unhappy people will be always, and also I'm not a big fan of Slack because it kind of, they want money for it. But you can have 2 tools, yeah, right? But you should describe what purposes you are using them for. Because Slack is for instant communications, we cannot hold any customer data, any piece of code, and any customer's IDs and so on. But Microsoft Teams, it's completely secured within our kind of cloud and so on, so we are using it for another purpose.
Okay, cool. Do we have here questions? Just raise your hand. No. One more question from online. No, it's my first test question. And one more question. How to note down and communicate decisions between the teams and avoid shooting ourselves in the foot?
From my experience, you shouldn't have too many decisions. It's better to make one decision and execute it than have 10 decisions on how your teams are going to cooperate, and you will never finish them. So start with one, then just have. Oh, by the way, Spotify got a brilliant solution to this. Yeah, sorry, I'm referring to the company I never worked for, but they got a technical owner position. It's not a senior position. It might be also junior, but the guy is or girl is responsible for monitoring those decisions which affects many teams, and maybe inter-team communication and so on and so on. So you just need to pick one person who's going to be responsible for communication between the teams and following the agreements they made. Something like this.
Okay, so our time is up, and thanks one more time, Dmitry, and some small from Agile Lithuania, a gift for you. And everyone else, you can vote already and rate this talk just to get feedback from you. And after this slide, you will see also, will be able to leave comments for Dmitry for future reference. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's close doors, and if somebody wants to come, please come. Okay, hello everyone, one more time. So about Menti tool, you already are familiar with that, so you have a number and you already can start asking questions for Vasily. And okay, so let's move on and start. I see everyone is already sitting comfortably. So Vasily, what's up today?
Okay, so first thing first. Welcome everyone. It's a big pleasure to see everyone, and it's a very weird experience for me to hear my voice up, talking like a god down to all of you. Today we are going to talk about tribalism. As you all know, or maybe not yet, we all live in tribes. Since prehistoric times, before writing history, agriculture was discovered, we already lived in tribes. We lived in small groups where we hunted together, we lived together, and we bonded together. And now let's have a quick round of who identifies with a developer crowd, with a developer tribe. Okay? About 20%. Who is a product owner here? Or product manager, any kind of other product person? Or slightly less. Just a manager or director? All right. As you can see, some of you people belong to a different tribes already. So what makes a tribe? And why tribe is an organizational structure that persisted through millennia. And even today, despite the cultural development, despite all the civilizational advances we have achieved, we still live in tribes. Tribes are effective because we form tribes for two main reasons. First, the tribes gives us safety. Tribes is a group of people that we identify with, and that group of people that gives us safety. And on the other hand, tribes give us a feel of worth. When you're the best person in a particular field, but no one else can judge you by this. Imagine you are on a single island, and then, of course, you're the best cook, the best developer, the best manager on that island, but no one is there to appreciate your brilliance. That's why we need tribes, because being in a social setting allows us to validate our needs. Probably you recognize this picture. This is Maslow's pyramid, and tribes allows us to fulfill all of those needs. First, safety and psychology. When we are in tribes, we can get food. It gives us security and safety from environment, from animals, from other tribes. Because as you all know, a single human is not an island. You need other people to survive. We don't have the thickest hide, we don't have the sharpest claws or fastest legs. What we do have is our brain and our ability to adapt to different environments. And in fact, humans are the most adaptable species, and we manage to populate and inhabit all continents. You can even find people in Arctic and Antarctic where very, very few species survive. Why? Because we are adaptable, and we not only adapt ourselves, we adapt the environment to be habitable for us. Moreover, tribes allows us to get feelings of love, self-actualization, and esteem. When we are in tribes, we form hierarchies. That just happens naturally. Maybe you can relate to an experience. You come to a new group, new company, new team, and then the first question that kind of goes through everyone's crocodile brain, where do I fit in this team? Can I be the top guy or girl, or will I be the omega? And every time you bring a new person, that's why they say bringing a new person to a team makes a new team, since there will be always a power struggle, identifying who belongs where in this hierarchy. And this is natural. We do it from prehistoric times because having a clear role, having clear responsibilities and tribe defines our value for that tribe. Moreover, once we satisfy needs for security and self-worth within the tribe, we start to compete with other tribes for resources. And it again happens from prehistoric times. Tribes were fighting each other from the beginning of humankind for food, for territory, for other resources, access to rivers, access to trade, whatnot. Nations rose and fell during the inter-tribal conflict. And even today, if you go back to your companies, especially if you're in big company, you probably notice that there are some conflicts between departments: finance, accounting, legal, development, sales. Quite often they fight each other because, well, you want bigger budgets, you want bigger headcount. Why? Because then your tribe, your department is more influential and you can control your destiny. All the office politics basically is inter-tribal warfare, where you're competing for resources with other tribes and prestige. So, how do we form tribes? What makes a tribe a tribe? In order to form a tribe, you don't need much time. And you don't need many people to form a tribe. I would say it's enough to have 3 people and about a week of time to form a tribe. Because what forms tribes is shared experiences. Perhaps most of you who worked in a company for a number of years been to a team building event, where you go somewhere, maybe play some games, do some team building activities, which are supposed to bring you closer as a team, drink some beers or other alcohol or juice or whatever your preferred drink is, and then supposedly you are a better team afterwards. What happens in reality? You go back to your normal life, normal context, and more things the same than they change. Why? Because even though people who organize team building events get the basic idea of shared experiences, they miss a very critical and important part. What brings people together? And the thing that brings people together is common enemy. It could be environment, or it could be another tribe, another organization. Nothing unites people more than something they together hate. The initial tribes, they had to fight hard mostly against the environment, because survival was essential, and in order to survive you had to band together. Thank you. And this common struggle bonded people together. If you've read, there is a very good example, if you read the book, it's a fiction, it's quite a fun book, Stardust, where they started, a main character captured a fallen star. That was his quest to capture the hand and heart of local beauty. And initially, they had to traverse a very dangerous terrain together. In the very, very beginning of the journey, she, the fallen star, would slit his throat in his sleep if she could. At the end of the journey, they were so close together, they fell in love. Why does it happen? Because together, they faced a lot of hazards, obstacles, and they overcame them together. So, if you want to build a really strong team, just give them common struggle, common enemy, and give a bit of a time. The key thing that it should be common and everyone understand that this is something we share together. Once we have shared experiences, the team will create naturally. There were a number of experiments with Boy Scouts where they divided kids just into different camps. They lived in different buildings. They became tribes by the end of the week, and the other building was the enemy. It doesn't matter who they were before. They were the enemy because they just lived in another building. That's how strong their tribal instincts are. What happens next? So once we have those experiences together that should be dangerous, and they should be when you're facing immediate danger and then you overcome it. Then what you when you form is shared values and shared cultural norms. What happens? You face a difficult decision or a challenge or a danger, and then somehow you solve it. A very typical example, let's say in a startup, the history happened that our sales are declining, what do? We spend more on advertising. Then next time this happens, we try the same strategy again. Slows are falling, even more advertising. And with some time, what happens, we develop a habit that if we counter this problem, let's do the same solution. Or if you've been in enough IT projects, you probably saw this strategy. The project is late. Let's add more developers to that. Happens too often. And those patterns kept recurring because they become shared cultural norms and behaviors. This is how, in this organization, we solve problems. And those shared cultural norms, the way we do things, eventually lead to shared values. This is what we believe. And then these things are typically unconscious. When you ask a team or organizations, what are your values? Not those values that are mentioned in corporate mission statement that probably no one reads, and if they read it, they probably don't associate with. But your real values. Some teams believe in quick and dirty solutions. We want to deliver whatever fast. Others say we believe in quality. Two perfectly reasonable examples of values, but they will be at odds. If those teams have to work together, there will be a lot of fights because they just don't share the same values. And perhaps you also encountered this. Imagine that from this conference room, you would be transformed to a medical conference surrounded by doctors. They're probably speaking Lithuanian or English. What is the chances? How much would you understand of what they're saying? Probably not much, because they speak Lithuanian or English, but they use different terminology and talk about totally different things. I was told that doctors have 250 words to describe each and every bone in their body, in our bodies. And they need that so that they can talk specifically about very specific bone in specific medical case. We also have a lot of things that people outside of IT would find strange. All this Agile, Scrum, Kanban, it means total gibberish to them. It makes sense for us. So every tribe develops a common language so that they can communicate, and it serves one more important reason. It identifies insiders from outsiders. If you understand what I'm talking about, you're in. You're part of my tribe, and I can trust you. If you don't speak my language, you don't understand the terms I'm using, you're probably an outsider, and I should be beware. That's how our brain works. That's kind of friend or foe system we have developed through millennia. Because back then, you didn't have time to really see if this is a friendly person you met or an enemy. You had to make a split-second decision. So what are the basic foundational tribal behaviors? When tribes are under threat, they focus on their security. It's very natural. When you feel unsafe, the first thing you want to do is to make yourself safe. Be it survival of your department, survival of your team, or survival of your family, community, city. And when you're not under threat, you focus on improving your self-worth, either within a context of bigger society, in a community, or individually in your tribe. this is what happens basically in any group, and perhaps you can identify and you saw something happening like this. So when people are in a department that's about maybe to be cut, or where anyone can be fired on a flip of a coin, then there is not much cooperation and everyone very defensive. When you know for sure that people respect you, you feel safe, then you become creative. So this is what is this all about. So levels of tribal development. Here, can you read those letters or not? Here down. Okay, front row can see the back. Can you see? Okay, I'll just read aloud. So those are different levels, and I will explain those TS and IS, what it stands for here. Hopefully you already all entered the numbers. So TS stands for Team Tribal Safety, and IS for Individual Safety. So let's go from the very bottom. Here, when both of them are low or falling, that's when the department is under threat, or your group is under physical or psychological threat. Let's say you are a nation that's losing the war. Then what happens? Everyone is feeling unsafe. Or it's been just announced that your department will be outsourced to India. Everyone feeling that, okay, we're probably losing our jobs. And then what kind of productivity can you expect in this situation? Probably not much, because everyone just thinking, how can I survive? Now, next level, your group, your tribe is safe, but individuals are not. One of the examples I come up with, imagine a royal court where there are a lot of noblemen, but any of them can be executed at the whim of a king at any moment. They just think you're a traitor and off with your head. Once again, the tribe in general is safe, but individuals are not, so there is a lot of politic and backstabbing and intriguing, which is probably not very helpful for collaboration and creative work. And the next step, as we advance, we end up tribal safety plus and individual safety plus. The best example would be state bureaucracy, where basically no matter what you do, you almost never get fired. So you can do whatever as long as you show up. At 8 o'clock, you leave at 5. If you do 3 documents a day, 10 documents a day, who cares? Right? So this breeds complacency here. We get some performance done, people are safe, but they're not very inspired and motivated. So what do we do next? In order to get better performance, we go into individual and tribal value. We say we want to be better. We want to achieve and aspire to greater things. And just getting this commitment and interest from the tribe improves the performance. And here you can see the highest performance you can get. This is when tribal value is very high, but individual is not. An example would be a famous speech by John JFK in the US when he started NASA project. They said, we want to put a man on the moon. And the whole nation energized to fulfill this purpose and mission. NASA was created and everyone worked hard and long days and nights and weekends to achieve this goal. And then there was no ego, there was no one like fighting for more resources, because everyone was united by purpose. Or when you're on team number 2 in whatever sport you are, basketball, football, you really want to be the champion. Imagine the Manchester United or Spanish football team. You're very, very close to winning, but you're there. But everyone is energized to achieve this goal. And as you can imagine, everyone feels, yes, I want to be there, and everyone is super productive. But what happened then? The biggest threat of any team is the actual success. Because once you have success, what happens? You drop down there. And why this happens? You became complacent. You're already the best. You won the championship. And then what? And then you end up with no new purpose, typically. This is what happened to NASA, for example. Once they put a man on the moon, their performance basically collapsed. They lost a sense of purpose. Office politics came back, budget politics, budget struggles came in, and productivity plummeted, and the best people left. Now, as I've told you, those things are already there. You might prefer not to see them, ignore them, but you do that at your own peril, because they can either work for you or against you. And why would you want to have a strong tribe? Those basically apply to anyone. That strong tribes, they inspire extreme loyalty, and they make your employees your ambassadors. What better employer branding you can imagine? All your employees kind of going to friends and saying, I'm working at the amazing place. I'm working and making a difference. Sometimes maybe you can't even say what you're working on, like in case of Apple employees, because they operate under extreme secrecy, but everyone knows they're doing great stuff. And they're willing to put in long hours, work on weekends, sacrifice their personal life to achieve this goal. And as a result, you get high productivity, low absenteeism, low attrition rate, because everyone is so committed to the cause. And they're always willing to go beyond the call of duty. So who wouldn't want to have that in their organizations? You wouldn't? Why not? So everyone would like to have that, but how do we achieve that? So now I will give you some pointers. Where do you start? What I will cover is just the beginning of the journey. Something you start with, and you can start applying that basically tomorrow. It's just a couple of simple steps, simple things you can do, but they're not easy. Those are the 3 attributes of strong tribes. Clear tribe purpose, clear roles and values, and external measures of success. Goiko today already mentioned a bit of that. So having a very clear direction, where we're going and what we want to do. And a number of speakers spoke on this topic at length. Simon Sinek probably is one of the most prominent ones. That you start with why. You start why you're trying to achieve what you're doing. What is the reason of your organization existing? What's the purpose of your team existing? And if you've ever heard about Spotify model and how many companies now try to apply it, usually what they do is they say, oh, we want to be like Spotify. Great. Then let's have squad mission statement. They bring teams, say, oh, guys, you have now 1 hour to do the mission statement for you. It's like, oh, okay, well, doing maintenance, doing whatever, to whatever we're told to do. How inspiring is that? Probably not so much. That's why if your mission statement does not bring a fire in your belly, the mission statement is not good enough, or that person is on the wrong team. How do you find this one? Basically, you need to work with your team to understand what they're really dying for, what they really want to achieve. And there is a potential collateral risk that those people might not be in the right organization. And those people will leave. It might be a bit painful in the short term, but in the long term you will win, because then you get only the right people that believe in your purpose. How many of you have read the corporate mission statement in a company where you work? Raise your hands. Okay, maybe kind of roughly half. How many of you are inspired by the mission statement of your company? Okay, 2 people, 3 people, 4. Quite often, those mission statements are very politically correct, of like 3-4 paragraphs, with a lot of texts saying all the right things, but they don't really inspire people. Just, we want to care about our customer, we care about environment, quality, we want to make our people happy and so on. Everyone says that, very few people actually do. And the most strong mission statements are typically one-liners, one sentence. For example, a mission statement for Microsoft back in their golden days was putting a desktop computer on each table. And when it comes to Western world, they basically succeeded at that. So they were super productive in the beginning, then they reached that bottom point when they achieved their purpose, and then they didn't know, okay, what's next? Because they haven't figured out the next big vision. So start with a clear purpose. And you can start with one team and then go all the way up to the company, or the other way around. Clear roles, values, and responsibilities. Here I want to specifically emphasize corporate values. Basically nowadays, almost every company has them, and 90% of them are more or less the same. However, how many people do believe in them? Well, they do, but typically doesn't really inspire. The main reason that it's not enough to just have a stated values, but do you actually live them? Do you really believe that the rest of the company would follow? And here is a very simple test that you can pretty much apply in your company. It's very easy to follow your values when your economic benefit and your values are aligned, because yeah, that's kind of easy to do. The real test comes when your benefit, economic benefit says, we need to do this to keep the profit, to keep the customer, whatnot, or we need to do what is right according to our values. And this is where a lot of companies fail this test, because they say, yes, values are important, sure, but we cannot lose this customer, or this employee, even though he is toxic, he is alienating everyone, he's being an asshole, but he's selling to sorry? He's our asshole, and he's making too much money. We cannot afford to lose him. Then what's the message you are sending to the rest of the organization? It's okay to be disruptive, to be toxic, as long as you bring in the money. So the values is not being collaborative. The values are not being good team player. Just the values are what you allow, and that is make profit. And this is where we get a lot of corporate hypocrisy. That we state one thing, that we care about those things, but we actually do those things. And those two things don't align. Corporate culture is, a lot of people argue, what is corporate culture? For me, it's very simple. It's what you do when you need to make a tough decision. What do you value? And corporate culture is what you would tolerate, not what you aspire to. If you tolerate bad behaviors, that's your corporate culture. And the best way to achieve real corporate values that people believe in, you start from the bottom. Have a values workshop in each team and tease out what they believe in. What are their values? Because all teams do. If they have worked significant amount of time, they all do their values. And that's where Scrum Masters and Agile coaches come in, because they should be quite good at helping teams identify those. Then you aggregate it, take it to another level, if your company is big enough, or like divisions and site level. Create what this office believes in, and take it to the top management. More often than not, what happens is direct opposite. You start with top management. This is the values that we would like to have. Openness, respect, transparency, customer focus, quality focus. Yay! Then it all comes here, and in one company, you realize that, okay, values are not really aligned when the corporate management announced, we are going to bring new corporate values, and one of them was quality first, or we care about quality, something along those lines. And when engineers heard about this, the whole room laughed. Because said, well, it's not true, because we don't give a flying down about quality, because all we do is like push whatever we did in production as soon as possible. And of course, then you don't really inspire people, because what you claim is you believe in, and what you actually do are two different things. And final one, external measures of success. Those who've been to Colin's presentation just an hour before, he talked a little bit about that. That it's important to know how well you're performing. And in the old days, in prehistoric times, everything was very clear. The external measure of success, if you survive or not, if your territory is expanding, if you control more territory, you control more people, you're succeeding, your strategy is working. If you're being defeated, if you're losing ground, then you're failing. Survival was simple. Nowadays it's harder because different organizations aspire to different things. And unless we come up with good external measures, where we can't say, oh, we are great, but according to those metrics we're great, then it will be hard to justify the improvement. But it would be hard to say we're actually doing great. Like, let's say in basketball, it doesn't matter how many passes you make or how many rebounds, as long as if you're not scoring. So finding right measures of success is very important. I don't say it's easy. Sometimes it's very convoluted, especially when you're very down in the value stream where you're too disconnected from from customer. It's hard. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's absolutely important. So once you have those, you will have a strong tribe. Then what do you do next? The next thing is to preserve the culture, to make sure that as you grow and scale, you stay focused and you don't water down your culture. Then you need two more things. First is clear tribal symbols, identify who you are. And second is criteria of membership. So who deserves to be in? First, noticeable tribal symbols. Everyone can figure out what this guy is doing. Everyone can understand that those are sports fans of specific football team. Why? Because they're wearing very clear tribal symbols, and everyone understands that which tribe they belong to. And all this corporate swag, when you get sweaters, t-shirts, and all other things with corporate logos, they are the same idea. They have the same idea. However, it's a question: how many people wear it proudly? That, oh, I belong to X, belong to this company. I'm quite sure that people who work at Google and Apple, they're proud to say that I'm working at Google and Apple. Can you say the same about your company? Can you wear proudly the logo of a company and say, I work there, it's awesome? Some can, some can't. And clear rites of passage and credible membership. In terms of corporate world, it's about recruitment. How do you ensure that you hire for the right cultural fit? Do you know who doesn't know what is word hazing means? Hazing? Okay. Well, it's a initiation ritual in military or student life. In Lithuania, it's krikštynos. It's when you baptize, or it's a ritual of accepting people into your ranks. And military hazing tends to be a very brutal and sometimes demeaning. And in a nowadays politically correct world, they say, well, we should go away with this because it's demeaning, it's brutal. However, people who went through this process, they say, no, actually we should keep it because it serves a very important purpose. Because it says that this person actually deserves to be a member of this group. It's said that to join Google, the recruitment process is harder than the work you will actually be doing there, once again, to maintain the elite status. But once you go through all the hurdles, you feel you have achieved something. Graduating from Harvard is an honor because it's so hard to get in and to graduate. And the same applies to tribes. the more powerful and prestigious tribe is, the more selective criteria can be. If you're a no-name company, no-name startup, and you will have a recruitment process similar to Google, people will just give up because it's just not worth the hassle. So in a sense, finding the right recruitment process to screen people for right cultural fit, that they share the values that you share, is absolutely critical. However, most often than not, companies hire for hard skills. They don't care about the values you have. They care about your hands, not about your heart or your mind. But if you want to build a strong, big tribe, it's important to have a right recruitment and initiation process. So, to sum up, in order to build a strong tribe, what you need is clear and strong tribe purpose, clear roles and tribe values, and credible success metrics. And after that, to maintain the culture, you need good tribal symbols so people can clearly identify with your company or your group, and clear initiation rituals, recruitment rituals. So, what are you going to do next? How will you build the strong tribe? Thank you.
Thank you, Vasily. Okay, so now we have questions answer session. So if anyone has a question, you can raise a hand and get a mic. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, it's 80 people, yeah? It's easier to write.
Okay, there is a question.
Great.
So we are not just in a single tribe, but actually in a lot of them, and
Yes.
Sometimes you need to juggle them.
Yes.
What if it happens that one tribe isn't accepting the other one that you belong to? So
Then basically what typically happens, you need to pick sides. You need to decide, do you belong to one tribe to another one? And sometimes, for a very typical example, an engineer is being promoted to manager position. Happens to a lot of people. And then they struggle because on one hand, they have strong ties to developer tribe. They still think as a developer, they share the developer values, but then they need to adopt values of new tribe, of manager tribe. And that's where comes the conflict. And some people navigate it better than others, but you need to realize that you can't belong to two tribes if they are conflicting. You will be forced to pick sides. You can't stay neutral. What you can do, and this is what advice in general, if you have multiple tribes in your company and you want to build a good, healthy culture, you build a super tribe. Something that unites all these tribes with one single purpose and ideally the same values, that everyone believes what you believe and they share the same purpose, because then you resolve this conflict.
Cool. Another question.
Yeah, I think I just covered this, that yes, you can belong to different tribes, and if those are the tribes that are not conflicting, let's say you belong to Vilnius tribe because you live in Vilnius and you're a developer, well, there is no conflict. But if you're a developer and manager, you can have a conflict in the company.
Any more questions from here? No. Let's move on to another question. Do we have time? Yeah, we still have
Yes,
time.
we have 6 minutes.
Uh-huh.
The key attributes of a successful tribe, basically what I have said in the presentation, it's clear purpose, clear values, and external measures of success. Some metrics that show that you are successful in the world, not only in your mind.
You mentioned situation when the engineer has been promoted to managerial
Yes?
position, and let's say he used to be an engineer, he belonged to engineering tribe, so-called, and after he is promoted, the other tribe, the managerial tribe, does not accept him as a member, since he used to be in a different tribe, and the other tribe doesn't accept him because he's already in a other position. How do you suggest to handle this kind of situation, from that person perspective?
Well, the first question is why the managerial tribe is not accepting him. If perhaps he might have to change the behavior to let go the developer behavior, maybe code less, be involved less in hands-on things and focus more on being a manager. Or if there are some other things that are missing, then what I would do if I were coaching this person, identify why he's not being accepted. And there might be multiple solutions. First, go back to developer tribe. You tried managerial, it didn't work. Maybe you don't feel inside that you want to be part of this tribe. Then it's okay to go back. There's nothing wrong with that. Or if you really feel I really want to be a manager, then you will have to adapt to the managerial tribe in your organization. The third option, you can always vote with your feet and leave and find a managerial tribe where your values are accepted, where you will be accepted. So there are always options.
Great. We have more and more questions coming online. So, how to avoid fights of tribes in the company?
Basically, the best way is to find an overarching purpose where the interests are all aligned. So when instead of having a common enemy in another department, you find an enemy outside of the company, but then you need to convince that this is the real enemy of the company and of your department, that if we don't defeat them, we will all lose our jobs. That would be one way. Another way, a bit what Colin was mentioning in presentation before to those people who went there, try kind of intermixing. Have ambassadors of different tribes sitting together. Send accountants to sit with developers. Send developers to call center so that they can see how people in call center operate and what are their values. By having this intercultural, intertribal communication, you will reduce the tensions as they will understand the language of each other and they will understand the interests of each other. And perhaps you might need some coaches or some mediators who can be independent, neutral parties to this and not be associated with one of the sides. It's very important to have someone neutral in this.
Okay, maybe more questions from here? No? We have one more questions with 9 likes. So, how to be sure that the person in tribe is toxic?
Well, you typically know yourself. Do you feel comfortable around this person or not? Is he bringing the energy to the team or he brings the energy down? Is he negative or not? So it's simple as that. Well, on one hand, it's individually. So is this person toxic to me? And also it can be on a group level. Is it only me that feels that, well, this person is negative, he's always criticizing? Maybe it's just interpersonal conflict. Or he's negative in the general context. Is he negative in team meetings? Is he negative in the kitchen? Then he might be just a negative, toxic person in general. Well, complaining, saying, oh, this is bad and that is bad and you're doing bad job and everything is crap and we're going nowhere. This kind of negativity. Sorry?
It would be better to comment into microphone that online people.
So the comment
hear.
was that if everyone is negative on the team, maybe it's a good thing. The question, then kind of my question back, is it helping team and organization to move forward? Yes. Let's say if someone is some people are very critical, but this helps to validate the ideas and actually produce value and maybe do less work just because they are saying, oh, this is a bad idea, and then this idea is not tried. Maybe there is a value in that. Maybe you also need those people in your team or in your organization. But kind of the key test, is this bringing organization and team forward, this attitude? If not, then maybe we should reevaluate. If it does, then let's keep it. And I think the time is up.
Yes, I already opened rating that slide. So to mention some things technical. So first of all, thank you, Vasily, for your great presentation and small gift from Agile Lithuania. Thanks.
Thank you.
And some technical information. So now it's lunch, and you have on the badges lunch coupon. So just show it, and we will mark that one thing. And another thing for ladies, some lady has lost her earring. So please look for that near the registration when your tickets were scanned. So it is there. Thank you, guys, and have a good lunch. Okay, hi everyone. Whoa, a lot of voice. I see quite full our hall, so that's great. And doors are already closed, so we can start. Another ID in menti.com, so please put it on your phones and leave some questions to the end of our talk. So Chris, what's up?
Hi. Can you hear me? Oh, that's better. Hi, guys. What a fantastic city you've got. It's great to be here. Thanks for inviting me to come and spend some time with you guys today. My name's Chris. I've been a developer in London and more recently Dublin for about 22 years now. An architect more recently. And for about the last 10 years, I've been learning about Agile and helping teams and organizations to implement an Agile framework. And quite often, I've seen a problem emerge, and that's kind of what I want to talk to you today about, which is when companies do all of the Agile things, but they don't get the result that they were looking for. But before we get started, I know everybody's full of lunch. Hope you've had a coffee to kind of perk you up again. So a quick, just to make sure we're all awake, a quick show of hands. Put your hands up and keep your hands up if you work with teams that deliver in short iterations. Hopefully a lot of people. Okay, that's good. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. If your team includes not just developers and a QA, maybe a BA as well, but also someone from product, maybe a designer, maybe someone from UX. Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. A lot of the same people. And now keep your hands up if you've ever met one of your customers. Okay, a lot of hands go down. A lot of new hands come up. Are those people that didn't have their hands up before and have met their customers? What roles do you do? Are you like business analysts? Do you work on the product side, design side? Okay, so you are all still asleep. That's good. One of the things that I notice about companies where this problem happens is that there's a culture of blame sometimes. I like this cartoon. It's funny because it's true. So here we have this guy. I think his name is just Pointy Haired Boss, and he's coming to Dilbert and he's saying that the CEO blamed sales for the poor performance, and sales blamed marketing, and marketing blamed engineering, and now Pointy Haired Boss is here to blame Dilbert. He's obviously pretty hopeful. He thinks his boss is going to shield him from unfair accusations. We all know that's not going to happen. But I do work for a company where this kind of thing happens, and I don't want to suggest it's just that company, because it's not the first time I've seen it, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Like many businesses, it has its problems. And like many businesses, it likes to blame technology for as many of those problems as possible. Let's have a look at what some of those problems might be. Product is late to market. Right? A lot of companies have that problem. What do a lot of companies do? Blame technology. Next problem. The product has quality issues. Again, probably familiar to some of you guys in the room. It's a problem that you've seen before. What does the business like to do? Blame technology. The printer's on fire. Hopefully, not many of you have seen that problem. But I'm sure that if it did happen, people would blame technology. So an agile consultant coming into a company, seeing at least 2 of those problems, might recommend an agile framework, something like Scrum. Scrum promises to deliver value early, so the product can't be late to market anymore. Scrum says that quality is not negotiable, so we can't have quality issues anymore. We should start using Scrum, and then all the business's problems will be fixed, right? So, as happens with many technology teams in many other companies, we adopted an agile framework, and for us, depending on how the work arrived, it might have been something like Kanban. Remember guys, it's not Kanban if you don't have a whip limit. But for us, for most of my teams, it was Scrum. And we adopted that. Just like normal, IT adopts change all the time. Technology is very good at adopting change, new languages, new frameworks, new syntaxes come along, and we just adopt that and move on. So we deliver value in iterations. We do retrospectives. Hands up, who loves a retrospective? There's at least 3 people. We do sprint planning. We do refinement. We do all the ceremonies. We do Scrum. So we're agile, right? No. No. And you might say, how do we know this? Right. Well, because I'm an architect, I'm lucky enough that I'm on the boundary between 2 worlds. And I can see clearly into both of them. One of those worlds is the rest of the business. In the company I work for now, the business say that they need to. I think they probably just want to sign off on a project before we can start work. The product team needs to approve that the solution is correct. The UX team need to approve that the design is correct. Security, finance, everybody wants to know the boundaries of this project, what it's going to do, what it's not going to do. So pretty much every year I have to work with the delivery managers to submit to the business something called a business case. You might not have come across a business case yet in your careers. Consider yourself lucky if you haven't. It's a document that sets out all the different parts of the project. Like I said, the design, the user experience, the solution itself. But that's a problem. Because in the business case, scope is fixed, the cost of the project is fixed, the design is fixed, which means that really the only thing that's negotiable is quality. Now I know what you're thinking here. This is a disaster. Well, it's worse than that. It's a complete disaster. But I can't tell the teams that, because that would break the illusion of the teams that we're doing Agile. Over here on one side, I've got the teams that I work with. We develop a product where we feel the requirements are emergent and design is flexible, scope is negotiable, and quality is fixed. Over here on the other side, we have the smouldering remains of the business case, where design is fixed, scope is fixed, and quality is negotiable. It's completely the opposite. And here's me, stuck in the middle. So I get a very good view of the two very different product methodologies that we're using. There are only a small number, at least in the company that I work in, there's only a small number of people that have that view. The architects, maybe the software delivery managers. People tend to either be over here on the business side, thinking about product, thinking about design, or they tend to be over here where they're doing sprint planning and thinking that they're working on requirements that are emergent. With technology using one framework, one product delivery framework, and the rest of the organization using whatever came before, it might be waterfall, chaos, whatever. We're ultimately trying to deliver a product using two different product delivery methodologies. And I don't know what you guys think. Hands up if you think that's a good idea. Oh, no one. I think we'd be better off picking one of those and going with that, rather than thinking that the best solution is using both. So we said at the start that the talk is about companies that do all the agile things, but never really get the agility they're looking for. What does that mean? Well, the aim, I think, generally of the companies, particularly the companies that I've worked for, is to tame the unicorn that is business agility. Now, everybody in the room, I'm sure, knows that a unicorn is untamable, according to legend. Some companies do get close. And for those companies that get close, they tend to be companies who are close to their customers, so that they understand their customers' problems, and to a degree where they can innovate solutions. Our customers want to be surprised and delighted by our products, as Mary Poppendick says. We don't want to be delivering stuff that's ordinary, that's run-of-the-mill, or even worse, something that's worse than our competitors. Even more than that, when our customers' requirements change, if you're really close to your customer, you find out because they tell you, because they're sat right there. And to kind of summarize that, I like to use the term customer alignment. I think that kind of that two-word phrase really kind of pulls all those things together. You want to deliver products that don't just solve the customer's problems today, but go on to solve the customer's problems in the future as that problem set changes, as the market forces change. And if we're going to deliver a product that does all of that, we're going to need different teams. We're going to need to make teams that can design, develop, deliver, market, and sell our product through its whole lifetime. We need truly cross-functional teams. So instead of building teams based on similar skill sets, horizontal slices through our organization, we need to start building teams using vertical slices through the organization. Teams that, led by their relationship with the customer, can innovate around problems and almost deliver anything. So is that it? If we build cross-functional teams, we develop a strong relationship with the customer because we've got people at the top of finance, sales, marketing, people that are talking to the customer all the time. That's it, we're done. We can just do anything then? No. Because now the light is back on technology. Now we need to be able to do something with our technology that we've never done before. Now our code has to be able to evolve as the customer requirements change. And given that we've just built a whole structure around bringing those customers closer to us, that change is going to come faster than it ever did before. And as software developers, software engineers, teams that work with developers, we need to be ready. So there have been 2 times in my career, you're missing the best bit. 2 times in my career when I felt like I was super productive. The first time it was because I was part of a team and all the other developers on the team were awesome software engineers. They were craftsmen. The second time it was because I was sat right across the desk from my customer. She was 3 feet away. And as I said, when you're that close, requirements are truly emergent. You can do product demos, feature demos, 3, 4, 10 times a day. And that leads to a lot of change at the product level, and change has a major consequence. The thing that we need to recognize about change is that it's probably our industry's biggest trigger for unplanned outages. We want our customer experience to be great, or at least better than the competition. But we know, don't we, that every time we introduce new features, that's a potential source of bugs and downtime. So change introduces downtime unless we mitigate with a strategy like blue-green. Everybody know what blue-green is? It's a near zero downtime deployment strategy where you have 2 sets of servers that can possibly be live, and you can deploy to either one of those. I used to say it was zero downtime, but then the guys that I work with in my current company, they told me that was impossible, so I should stop saying that. So now I say near zero downtime, which apparently is good enough. They're happy with that. Change introduces bugs unless we mitigate with an automated quality strategy. And change introduces the opportunity for manual error unless we mitigate that with an automated deployment strategy. So about 5 years ago, I went to Berlin to visit a company that had just been acquired. I was there to help them with their DevOps. They had a successful micro-lending business in Germany, but I was there to help them really with some of their deployment issues, some of their downtime issues. So when I got there, there was one guy that tended to do all of their releases, and when I said to him, what does your deployment look like? He said, "Oh, yeah, it's great. It's manual." Hold on. Which one is it, great or manual? It was slightly awkward because this was this guy's world. Right? This is where he lived. He was the only guy in the office that could deploy the software, so he quite liked the system that he'd built. So I tried to swallow my criticism and said, "Look, yeah, just talk me through it." Okay, so it's 15 stages, he said. Is that all? Step 1 is check the new source code out of Git. Step 2, connect to the target server. Step 3, copy the code across to the target server. Step 4, bring up the maintenance page on the website. And so on. On it went. And so this guy, he knew the steps inside out. He didn't have to refer to any notes. He could just tell me. He'd done it that often. But when I said to him, so doesn't that ever go wrong? Like, I appreciate, you do this all the time and you're good at it, but this is a manual. Surely sometimes. Oh, yeah, he said. Yeah, it goes wrong all the time. Good. The thing that goes wrong most often, step number 1. He forgets to check the new code out of source control. So I said, hang on, when do you do that? You don't have anything like blue-green. Oh, no, I do this at 2 a.m. on a Saturday or Sunday when we know, because we've got instrumentation built in, we know that our site's traffic is. So, and how long does it take? Well, it's about an hour. Maybe a bit longer sometimes. So you spend an hour at 2 a.m. on a Sunday, and a lot of the time you're deploying the old site over itself because you forgot to check out the new code. Yeah. It didn't seem to be a problem. And yet it would have been very easily solved. What he didn't realise, he thought he was doing a great job. And to be fair, they'd built a successful microlending business, despite this guy regularly deploying the site over the top of itself. What he didn't realise was that he was stopping his company from taming that unicorn. I'm sure everybody here has experienced downtime in your product because of new releases. We need to mitigate for those. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble. If we don't mitigate for the risks that come along with making changes, we risk failure when we're releasing changes very often. Hands up, anybody that's got a DevOps background? Oh, good. Some people, good. So you probably recognize the things that I've just described. Automated quality strategy, automated deployment. They should all sound very familiar. So because we've created a situation where we're inviting change, where change happens often, and we realize that change can be a source of disruption and bugs, DevOps is key to taming the unicorn. I'm not saying it's a magic bullet. What I'm saying is it has to be there. It's a critical piece of the puzzle. The other thing that technology has to deliver is a code base that can be extended, maintained and improved with confidence through the lifetime of the product. Does anybody know how old is the oldest software product at the moment? I didn't know, so it's hard to tell. Applications like Word and Excel were some of the first widely used business software, along with Lotus Notes. IBM Notes is the new name for Lotus Notes, it's just the same thing. It's still sold today, 29 years after its first release. That sounds like a long time. Until you realise that Microsoft Word was first released in 1983. It's 35 years old. And that's what it looked like. First Microsoft Word. That's what computers looked like when Microsoft Word was first released. When you think about writing software that has to absorb and change to accommodate all of the different requirements that come up during a 35-year lifespan, you kind of wonder how much of that original code is still there. I'm not sure that I'd like to write some code knowing that it had to live for 35 years. But complete rewrites are expensive and involve a lot of chance that we'll introduce bugs and exactly the kind of disruption that we were just talking about. And on top of that, if your application has a database and you do a rewrite, well, then are you looking at a data migration? Data migrations are horrible animals. I was lucky enough to work at a successful startup in London, fintech sector. We decided to rewrite the platform that had built the business in the UK. And the new solution was great. We used it to expand internationally, Canada, Poland, South Africa. I think it was 4 years until we were able to move the UK business onto that platform. And that was entirely because of the data migration. It's horrible. I can't tell you how bad they are. And it's hard to do a software rewrite without also doing that. So the more we can do to write our code so that it can last the length of our product and avoid the rewrite, the better. One of the things that can help us there is code craftsmanship. So the code craftsmanship movement, described very well by Robert C. Martin, explains kind of all the behaviors that we as technologists can use to write code that can live a long time. In fact, all the things that we can do to put off that expensive and complicated rewrite for as long as possible. Has anybody read the book? Okay, yeah, a few people. Good. I work with some of the developers at work, and occasionally they come to me and say, you know, what can I do to improve my game, to get to the next level, to make more money? That's what they're asking me. What can I do to make more money? And every time I point them at this, because this changes the way that you approach code. Almost anybody probably can write code that is functional. If you're given clear enough requirements, you can learn a language, you can sit down and you can write code that is functional. And I guess that's the first delivery of any code. It's got to work, right? That's the primary function of the code. But what the clean code movement tries to do, or at least what I took from it, is something over and above writing functional code. It's writing maintainable code. Code that is both functional and maintainable. It's the acceptance that your code is going to last, it's going to live on, probably for a long time, longer than you're going to be a developer, or at least a developer in that team. And a focus on writing code that a new developer coming into the team, maybe someone junior, can look at that code and see with confidence exactly what it does. Because they're going to need to change it, right? They're going to need to change your code, they're going to need to adapt it. You want somebody to be able to come and look at it and say, yeah, I know exactly what this does. I can change it with confidence. I'm pretty sure there aren't going to be any unforeseen errors. I'm pretty sure through this change, I'm not going to introduce any bugs. So by building a combination of DevOps and code craftsmanship into our culture, we can deliver technology that supports an ever-evolving, long-lived product that can keep up with the changing market conditions of our customers. So I'm going to catch up. So if we reorganize the way that we work in teams so that we're customer focused, we build a new culture of DevOps and code craftsmanship. That sounds like a lot of work. And depending on where you are now, where you're starting from, maybe it is a lot of work. But the good news is that we don't have to wait for the organization to change the way that it builds teams. We can start the cultural change in technology right now. If we do, maybe the business will stop blaming technology for everything that goes wrong and make them look at themselves for improvements. Maybe if we do this and get ourselves and our code to perform as well as we possibly can, it will actually be the catalyst that brings about stronger customer alignment. Maybe then we can finally stop doing Agile and finally start being Agile. And that's the end. Thanks, guys. I caught you out there.
Thanks, Chris. So, any questions? Please raise hands and we will get to you. No questions. At least one. Somebody? Okay, so let's switch to our Menti tool, and we have questions here, do we? No, I guess.
Try to plug the screen.
Yeah, I will switch it.
I'm not going to bite. If you have questions, I won't be offended.
And we have some time, yeah, left. Okay, good. So, any questions? Let's. Oh, I see. One question is there. And it is: business will always blame technology as this is easiest way to cover their flaws. Will it ever work in reality? What do you think?
Well, I think you're right. I think the business loves to blame technology. I think it's easy for and I don't really know why that is. I think maybe disciplines like marketing, sales, finance, they've been around for a long time. Relatively speaking, technology is quite new. So maybe that's why they like to blame technology, because technology is the new kid in the business, right? And I'm not saying that technology is totally blameless, right? We are a new industry, and there's lots of things that we can learn from ourselves and from other industries. So we do need to improve. But what I see time and again is people applying agile transformation to try to fix problems, and they apply that agile transformation to technology, and there's no acknowledgement that there was any problem at all with the rest of the business. And this is how we end up, just as we were saying in the keynote this morning with water scrumfall. The reason that that people do that is because it's easier to point at someone else and say it's their fault than it is to acknowledge your own flaws and to look at yourself, to try to drive improvement, to ask yourself what could you do better. So it is easier to blame technology, and it is a common mistake, I think, that people try to drive improvement through agile transformation, applying an agile framework to technology without considering the rest of the business, because the business is the thing that supplies the product to the customer. It's not just technology. You can't. You have to fix things holistically.
Thanks. Yeah, there is a micro.
So just getting an opinion in this question. So you just mentioned about product delivery teams, so getting people from other areas on board and have like cross-functional teams. So do you think that bringing business people from other areas to these teams would help out this kind of blaming game to finish or to?
I think it would. I think when teams who are delivering the same product, let's say cross-competency teams, right? So people from IT, people from products, people from marketing and sales, ultimately they're there to deliver product to the customer. If they sit together, they're going to have, I would imagine, they're going to have a better understanding of each other's domain and the complexities of that domain than they would if they're sitting on separate floors. Right? If you're working with on a product and the product management for that product are sitting on a different floor, it's not optimal in terms of understanding each other, understanding the requirements, and the same goes for design, for sales. In many companies, the salespeople are the people that have the direct customer contact. The salespeople really are the channel of conversation with the customer. They're the people that go out and sit and talk to the customer about what the customer needs. Really, the people delivering the solution should be as close as possible, I believe, to those salespeople in that example, so that you get as clear a picture as you can about what the customer actually wants.
Great. Another question. How to start clean code culture in developers team practically?
I don't know if any of you were here for the first lecture in this room or the first talk in this room this morning. I think we talked a bit about recruitment. To me, it comes down to education, educating the developers that you've got currently, creating shared values amongst them, implementing things like code reviews, peer reviews, those kind of things. But also, you can't forget recruitment. It's one thing to foster, to nurture shared values within a team, but then you also need to make sure that anybody else coming into the company has those shared values. I tend to think that developers are pretty good at learning languages. That tends to be what they do. If they're not doing it at work, they're probably doing it at home. They're very good at the technical side. So, but just from a personal point of view, when I'm involved in hiring, I concentrate on the values. I try to establish, what kind of person they are, and whether they're going to help the culture of the team and the technology organization, or whether they're going to be disruptive to that. It's very hard to estimate the cost of poor hiring. You can do a lot of damage with poor hiring choices. And that's not to say that the candidate is bad at what they do. They could be very good at what they do, but if they don't fit in with your culture, the culture of your company, the technology organization, the team that they're going to be working with, it can be disruptive, and it can do a lot of damage. It's very hard to put a cost on that. So, education and recruitment.
Okay, we have another question. Maybe here we have somebody? No? Okay, so how to know I am being agile? Oh, yeah, broad question.
Well, that's difficult. It depends what you like any good architect. I'm going to say it depends. It depends on what you're looking for from agility, and people use that word differently. Today, I was using it in terms of the whole business and the business's ability to deliver flexible, useful, long-lived product. A lot of people talk about agile transformation in terms of the framework that you're using. So it depends on what you mean by agile. I guess, again, Mary Poppendick in one of her books says that we should be aiming to surprise and delight our customers, not just fulfill their basic requirements. So if you're surprising and delighting your customers with your product, then you're probably doing pretty well. I guess SurveyMonkey might help. Does that answer the question? I don't know who asked the question, so.
Cool,
I hope
thanks.
that's answered.
Yeah, actually we don't know if it's from internet or from inside. Okay, we have some more questions. Let's move on. Is it possible for IT department to be agile when your business, finances, management is not?
Well, again, it depends what you mean by agile. Is it possible for your IT department, your technology department, to deliver long-lived product that is maintainable through the lifetime of that product and can change and adapt as market conditions change? Yeah, probably is. Is it a lot easier if your business, finance, management are also aligned with that? Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier. Just having everybody using an agile framework, and I guess this is the point of the talk, just using an agile framework doesn't deliver business agility necessarily, right? It might do if you're lucky. You might just kind of stumble on it.
Okay, there is a question.
I would like to add to this question another one. If you are in IT or working in Agile and you want to make your business to work in Agile as well, where to start?
Get a new job. The thing that's important, I think, to remember in that situation is that you probably can't do it on your own. What you need to do is educate your peers, is to educate the people that you report to, and to build a network of change agents, people that are going to drive change. Again, try to influence the education, doing brown bag lunches, induction courses, lunch and learn type things, and also the hiring policy. Over time, it takes time, like everything that's worth doing. You can't do it on your own. You need to work with other people, and there needs to be buy-in from at all different levels. So identifying a champion at the kind of management level is always good. Finding someone at the C level who understands the values.
Okay, I see two questions about legacy code. So it's a problem in some company. And
It's a problem in every company.
Yeah, a lot of issues about that. So we have a huge legacy code and no time and resources to for rewrite. Yeah, can Agile help here to spread and correct need across company?
Can Agile help here?
Tough one, yeah.
It is a tough one. It is a tough one, yeah. I'd kind of like to think about that and get back to you.
But then we maybe can another question answer also about legacy code. But what could be the steps towards clean code if you have a lot of of
Okay,
that?
yeah,
It's
I can
more
do that one very
practical
quickly.
and
We're pretty much
easier.
out of time now, so I just the first rule. There's a book called Working with Legacy Code. I'll let you guess what it's about. The first rule of working with legacy code is tests. Don't do anything to your code unless it's well covered by tests. Because the thing is with legacy code, it's in production. And you can't afford to make changes and introduce bugs because that's going to hurt your customer experience. So generally, legacy code isn't as testable. It wasn't perhaps written to be testable in the first place. So writing tests around that code as comprehensive as you can is the first step.
Okay, thanks a lot. I've already switched to ratings, but my computer didn't. But still, I see coming ratings. So thank you, Chris, and
Thanks very much,
small
guys.
gift from Agile Lithuania.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Can you hear me all right? Cool.
Okay, I guess we can start. I will close doors and we can move on. So as always, you have new code for Menti, so don't forget to insert and put it into your mobile for questions and for ratings later after questions. And now we have Domenico.
Yes.
So what have you for us today?
Hello. How is everybody today? Tired? Not too much? Good. Right, so I won't waste your time and I'm going to go straight to the point. So 50% of the software that we build is pointless. And that means that 50% of the feature that we build, they either don't get used, or they are used, but they don't bring any value to the business at all, or they were relevant at the time we talked about them, but they're not relevant anymore once they go live. Also, 30% of our cost is spent to ship what we build. So imagine you buy a car, you pay 10,000 euro for that car, and then you have to pay 3,000 euro to actually get that car delivered to you. That's insane. That's how much it's costing shipping software. And also, the way that we work, we don't get to ask these questions to our customer, which is at the core of the collaboration. So within our teams, if we're lucky within our company, we can ask this question: what do you think about this thing I'm building? Do you think I'm moving in the right direction? Do you think it's okay? So we definitely do that within our team. You know, if we are agile and we collaborate, if we're lucky and we have a well-structured company, we can go and talk outside of our team as well. But we don't get to ask this question to our customers. So we lose that opportunity of building the right thing and getting their feedback. So it's all a disaster. But not to worry too much, because things like continuous delivery can help us with that, right? And today we're going to talk about what kind of things we can introduce in terms of processes and patterns and practices to help us to go to that goal, which is we want to reduce our time to market, so we want to be able to ship software faster, and not only software, but relevant software, the things that we make an impact and we actually produce value to the business. We actually want to quickly adapt to the changes in the market that we're operating in. We want to be able to enable to experimentation, so have a process in place which enables us to bring an idea from misconception to be live and getting feedback about that in a very short period of time. And also we want to create an awesome team. So teams that delivers quickly and at a sustainable pace, it's a team of happy people. Yeah. So who is this guy who's saying everything is falling apart and 50% of what we build is wrong? So I'm Domenico. So the most important thing about me is not what's on there, but it's the fact that I am Italian, and that's not because of my cooking skills, which are great, by the way, but it's because of my accent. So if you struggle to understand me a little bit, please let me know. I will be more than happy to repeat myself. Right. So what I'm going to talk about today is first trying to get some of the themes and names right about things. So we're talking about what's continuous integration, what's continuous deployment, what is continuous delivery, and then how to get there. If you want to start the journey towards continuous delivery, what are the key steps then from tomorrow you can take in your company to start your journey? So one of the caveats is that each of these topics is probably will require its own talk. So the aim of this talk is to try to give you hint and key steps to start with, but then I think you should go and try to have a more deeper knowledge about each one of those. Right. So continuous integration, what is that? So if you look on Google and you look continuous delivery, you will find many different things, and often continuous deployment, delivery, and integration, they are mixed up, and most of you think they are the same thing. So actually they're very different things. So continuous integration is the act of integrating the code that you're writing, the software that you're building, with everybody else's code very, very frequently. And I'm going to go into details about what that means in reality. And continuous deployment is actually the ability of automatically somehow being able to deploy that integrated code, so the code you just integrated, on an environment, on a test environment. and also have a reasonable way of deploying this code live in some sort of production environment, yeah, for your clients to actually start using that. Then continuous delivery actually is the ability to ship new value, new features to our clients easily and fast, and at any given point in time. This is key. At any time, I should be able to produce and ship value to my clients. But let's try to understand what easily and quickly means. What does it mean actually in reality? So it means that you should be able to ship your code, your new version of software to a production environment in a matter of minutes. Not hours, not days, minutes. You should be able to be confident that whatever you're shipping is working. And by working, I mean has passed a very well-defined suite of tests which has been carefully agreed by the whole team, and we're going to go a little bit more in details of what that means later. And you should be able, this is very important, you should be able to collect immediately key information, key metrics about the new version of the software you just deployed. How well is performing? Is there a bug? Do I need to roll back? Which leads me to the next point. You need to be able to roll back to the previous version in a matter of minutes, and that has to be an automated kind of process. That enables you for experimentation. So actually going back to the first point, I'm trying to bring some clarity on what continuous delivery is. Really, for me, is just the result of being able to do continuous integration into the true sense of it, continuous deployment. So if you do these two things together, they give you continuous delivery. You don't have to go all the way towards continuous delivery. If you start only doing continuous integration, you will get some value. If you then do continuous deployment, you get more value, and then at the end you can start thinking about continuous delivery as well. So your release pipeline, and this is not just in terms of code, but it's more about how you would evolve your product, from a business and product perspective as well, should look something like that. You should aim to very, very frequent releases of small incremental changes. Yeah, that helps you to minimize also the risk of release. And there's by definition, moving a small thing is much easier than moving a big thing. Yeah, do you agree with that? Good. Right. A couple more caveats. Continuous delivery is not for every business. There are businesses where bringing in the effort of continuous delivery does not make much sense. If you work in an environment where, I don't want to say old banks or old public sector, where you produce some software, you give this software to somebody which is outside of control of your company, they will do 3 months of testing on their own, and then they will try to ship it, then there is no point of trying to bring in any of this technique. It's just a waste effort. It's a cultural change. So actually, the techniques related to software development and coding and architecting about continuous delivery, it's a small part of what you need to do in order to really embrace continuous delivery. It's more of a process change. It's a mindset that needs to be embraced by a large part of the organization in order for actually to be effective. It's going to take time. In any company or organization of a reasonable size, which has been around for a while, it's going to take a year at least if you do right, and then it's gonna be very complicated. So how do we get there? So what are the key steps that we can try to start to implement because we want to start doing continuous delivery? So first thing, you need to kill the monolith. So if you have a monolithic application, a monolithic solution, a monolithic system, you can do continuous delivery, but it's going to be super, super hard. And I would advise you that you put your effort first in try to break the monolith, and then try to start your continuous integration and delivery journey. We're not going to talk about how to kill the monolith. That's a topic on its own, and we could spend hours and hours talking about it. But be aware that if you are in a monolithic situation, you need to deal with that first. Now, we're going to talk about what are the things that we can do to enable continuous integration and what it really means. How do we enable continuous deployment? And then what are the process that we need to change, and how we need to structure our team in such a way that we can actually benefit from the values of continuous delivery. So, continuous integration. So what continuous integration really means is frequently, multiple times a day, you are integrating your code, so the code that you're writing with everybody else's code, on the master branch, on the main branch, on the branch that goes into production. Yeah. If you're not doing it, that's not continuous integration. If you're doing feature branching, even if they leave for a day or two, you're not doing continuous integration. So I've asked some question to some people saying, are you in a continuous integration environment? And people say to me, yes, of course. We have TeamCity, we have Jenkins, we do feature branching for a week, but we build everything on our continuous integration too. So we're doing continuous integration. That's not. You're just building your branch somewhere else. Now, I wish that probably most of these tools that won't be called continuous integration tools because they're not. They're just really build tools that build pipeline and produce an artifact. So continuous integration, you have to work on master. You have to integrate with everybody else's code all the time. And there is really only one way of doing it, and you have to learn it the hard way. There is no much else you can do, and that's doing trunk-based development. Yeah. And what that means is that we do not do feature branching. We work on a new feature. We work on changing an existing feature. We write that code directly on master. Yeah. So trunk-based development is very hard. Is probably one of the hardest things to do because it also requires a way of changing the way that we write our code in such a way it can be integrated all the time. It can be shipped all the time, right? And so the question I always have is, people say to me, but how do I do that if I'm going to rewrite, a core part of the system? It's going to take me days. How can I commit that code? There are techniques that we can use to mitigate that, and I'm going to show you them in a minute. Right. So in order to do trunk-based development, you have to move away from the pull request model. Yeah. So I don't understand why pull requests became so popular into the software development community, into the private sector. So I do understand why it's a good model for open source project, people that don't know each other, they don't work together, but I don't understand what is the requirement behind the fact that I write some code and then another 10 people needs to look at my code within my company, people that I should know, to try to approve it. So how many of you ends up spend at least a few hours every day going through a pull request, handling all the comments because just you need to rename something? Well, a few of you. So all of us, you're very lucky. So what is the reason behind the pull request? I'm asking people, why do you need a pull request? Why people cannot just commit to master? And most of the time, the answer is because there is a lack of trust. I don't trust this junior developer to go and commit in master and ship this thing in production. I don't know how he or she, whether they will code well. So do pair programming. So work with that person. You can learn from each other, build quality in from the start. So try to collaborate, use pair programming over the pull request model. You save a lot of time. And then another thing is, back to the question before, is how do I write and integrate half-implemented feature? How can I do that? How can I present that to my customer? So the answer here is use feature toggle. So feature toggle is a great way to abstract your new code behind the configuration value. So you can have some new code which is halfway done, it's not quite working. So the code is there, it's integrated with everybody else's code, but nobody can see it. It's behind a feature toggle, and you can switch it on and on based on different environment to test how things are going. And the other thing that I think is this is the main thing that I would like you to learn today is branching by abstraction over feature branch. So let's learn how, instead of creating a new branch every time, work on that branch for a week and then spending another week try to merge it back because everybody has renamed everything in the meantime, as they should do all the time. Let's use feature branching as a different mechanism as opposed to branching by abstraction as opposed to feature branching. So what is that? How does that work? So let's imagine that I have a component, so a library, and I have a bunch of usages of this library in my system, and I want to completely change how the library works, right? But it's quite a complicated piece of code. It's going to take me some time. It's not something I can do in a matter of hours. Therefore, I cannot commit a fully functioning version of the new code into master. So I'm going to do that. In the old days, we will then create a feature branch, create a new implementation, finish it off, everything, and then merge it back with all the pain that it brings. So what branching by abstraction means instead is that saying that let's create an abstraction on top of that. So let's abstract the piece of code that we want to change. Yeah, and by abstraction here, I'm not just talking about interfaces, but try to put that thing that I want to change behind something which can have different implementation. I can have a mechanism to my code to then branch across these two different implementations based on some configuration values, for instance. So the idea is that you create an abstraction on top of the existing implementation. You will gradually point all the usages of the system towards that abstraction, and then at that point, behind the scene, you can start creating a new implementation of that. That code also gets committed all the time. Nobody's using it. When you're ready, then you switch the abstraction to use the new code. Yeah, and then at that point, you can decide: do I want to keep this abstraction because it's useful, or no, I don't need it anymore. I'm going to remove that abstraction, and then I can switch back all the clients to work directly with this new implementation. Yeah, so we shifted from a model of using a different branch as the way of diverging and abstracting to trying to create an abstraction in the system. Now, if you cannot find good spots of having an abstraction in your system, then you need to think about some refactor, some bigger problem going on there. Right. The other thing that you definitely need to do in order to enable continuous integration is to define a testing strategy. A solid testing strategy, because people are going to commit much more often all the time to the day. You need to have a testing suite which is solid enough, which give you enough confidence that whatever you're about to deploy is going to work to some extent. You're never going to be 100% sure because there's too many variables in game, but you want to try to bring that confidence level as up as you can, essentially. And a good one, it looks something like this. This is the Agile testing pyramid, I guess it's called, which basically says you want to have the majority of your system tested by tests that gives you a very quick feedback. So that will be in test and integration test, and the smaller portion of those tests be about something that is a little bit slower to run, like the UI test, and the very, very, very small proportion by just manual tests or exploratory testing. Right. So in order to then, as I said, have continuous integration, you need to start implementing these things, yeah, and this is also a mindset shift. The next thing that you need to do is creating an integration pipeline. So this is what that continuous integration tool really is for. It's not to just integrating the code. So a good one is something like this. You change some code, you run your test locally, so you get some sort of confidence that whatever you're going to commit is going to work. Then you push something into the main branch. You have your build tool, TeamCity or Jenkins, picking that up, building your new version of the software, running all the tests. If everything is fine and all the tests are green, you create an artifact. Yeah. So that's the outcome of the continuous integration pipeline. So the input is a code change. The outcome is an artifact that then can be deployed to an environment. Right. Continuous deployment. So we learn how to continuously integrate our code with everybody else's code. Now, how do we continuously deployment that artifact that we just created? First thing that you need to have is a deployment pipeline. So essentially, as you can see, this is very old. I don't know if Go is still a thing. It's a few years old. But I found it still as a good way to represent the deployment pipeline. And the interesting thing you see, that new package there is essential. I don't know if this can point. No, can't point. So that new package there is essentially is the output of the continuous integration pipeline, and it becomes the input for your continuous deployment pipeline. It becomes the trigger for it. And so you can see in here that then that package gets deployed to a dev environment. Some more tests are run on that environment. If they pass, they are deployed to the staging environment. More tests are run, and then you can then deploy to prod. That action of deploying to production environment, it can be manual, it can be automated. You can click a button. That's completely up to you. In order to do that, you need to have what's called smart packages. So what that means is within the package itself, there must be enough code or scripting or whatever you want to do, a Puppet script, Chef script, whatever is your tool of choice, so that package needs to know how to deploy itself on an environment. So try to bring the deployment knowledge and deployment concern with the package itself. That way, it's very easy as you are evolving the package, the deployment pipeline for the package evolves with it. Yeah. So you may want to keep the configuration for specific environment outside because that's not really a deployment concern from a logic perspective. But try to keep the deployment logic with the package itself. It's going to make things much easier in the future. That's all good for the code. So we have an output of our continuous integration environment, goes in our continuous deployment pipeline, and that's all good for the software and the code. How about the database? So the database is the hardest thing. It's by far the hardest thing to continuous deploy somehow. So code is easy, state is very, very hard. Yeah. So in his previous talk, Chris was talking about, data migration and that kind of stuff. Those are painful. Those are painful things. So I don't know all the answer to how to fix this, but I know a few tricks that you can use to mitigate the problem. And one of them is, so treat your database schema as source code. Yeah. So when we write on code, we store the code as it looks today. So we do not store the delta or what it means from a given version to go to another version. Do the same for your database code. So you would save your code as creating objects, not as altering stored procedure, or altering a function, or altering tables. Yeah. Treat it as a source code. And therefore that allows you to then generate the migration script and the delta script. So you know how a given version of the software or the database should look like. Then you can use tooling to then say, okay, I want to now deploy this version to this environment. Tell me what I should do. And they will generate enough scripts to then migrate essentially. So that the point there is that those scripts are generated on a per release basis. They're not stored. They're not source code. They're not important for us to keep. And then always think about your database as something that should work with at least two versions of your software. The one that's previously deployed, yeah, and the next one. Because remember, one of the things that we want to do if we want to go towards continuous delivery is being able to release quickly, but also being able to roll back quite quickly. So we can roll back the code very quickly, and we need to make sure that the previous version of the code will work with the next version of the database, and vice versa. And so in order to do that, spread breaking changes across multiple deployments. Yeah, do not remove columns in one go. Create a new column, rename it, and then another release to delete it. Right. Infrastructure. So we know how to deploy the code. We know how to deploy the database. What about the infrastructure? What about in cases where new version of the software also requires an infrastructure change, maybe because there is a new dependent service, I'm using a new caching mechanism, so I'm now depending on Redis, so I'm using a new queuing mechanism, I'm now dependent on RabbitMQ. Try to have that infrastructure in a blue-green kind of deployment fashion, and kind of have infrastructure as a code. So try to have whatever infrastructure is needed for your software closer to the software as possible. Yeah. So there are a lot of tools. So I manage, I mentioned Puppet, Chef before. Terraform is a good orchestration. So these kind of things. But try to see the infrastructure, so the code and the infrastructure to support it as one thing. They will evolve. They will evolve together. They will help you. And then a lot of tooling that helps you do that. What's one I already mentioned. Then one key thing, which we already talked about a bit, is to decouple deployment for release. So the delivery of a feature, so delivery of some value to your clients, is not about deployment. Yeah. So I may decide to deploy a new version of the software, but I'm not opening up new feature to my clients. Those could be behind a feature toggle. Yeah. So decoupling these two activities is very important, because if you think about it, deploying is a technology concern. So I need to know how to bring in a certain production environment a new version of the software. But whether I want to start switching, new feature for new clients or just for certain clients, that is out of the redeem of just technology. It's a wider scope. It's more in the product side of things. So decoupling that thing is a very powerful tool for you. And feature toggles, can really help you with that. Right. So enough with technology. What about the processes? So as I said, the tech bit, it's just a small part of what continuous delivery is. The biggest part is the processes and the team structure to do that. So one thing that you have to do is you have to create what I call functional autonomous team. So as you grow, the best strategy is to try to have different teams which look after different parts of the system, and they are fully responsible for it. And they have enough skills within that team that can do everything. They can do a project end to end. So you want to try to minimize the cross teams permission, for instance. And this is key. So one of the things that we wanted to do, we want to enable experimentation. So we want to minimize the time that it takes. Oh, I have an idea. Let's try it out. To have that idea live, to do some experiment and gather feedback from our clients to understand, do you want to push this forward or no, it was a bad idea. It was one of that 1/3 of bad ideas that I was mentioning this morning. In order to do that, you have to have that product authority in the team. So you have to have your product owner, product manager, whatever you want to call it, in the team, and they should be able to make the call. Yes, let's try this out. I don't need to go and ask for permission to somebody higher in the chain, essentially. QAs are embedded in the team. This is very important. So part of having that cross-functional team is everything is done in the team. The testing. So I've seen model where the QAs, they live in their own team. So a team is very fast, they build software, and then this software is handed over to a QA team, and then a month later they find a bug. They don't even know what the things was about. They just basically click around and try to break it. It doesn't really work. So what you want to do is to try to build quality from the start, rather than trying to testing and finding defects at the end, because finding defects and fixing bugs at the end is very expensive. For a bunch of reasons. One of that would be, you moved over from the thing, you don't really remember what it's about, try to switch context again, it's a very expensive thing, especially if they go in production, it's very expensive, you might even lose a lot of money with it. So try to build that quality in from the start. And then try to bring the QA, so software development in test or testers or whatever you want to call it, closer to the code. So they need to be able to understand enough about the architecture, the responsibility, the components involved to advise on the best testing strategy. So remember, one of the things that we said at the beginning is we want to create a testing strategy which is shared, and we want to everybody which was part of getting that testing strategy to value all the different tests at the same level. So I want QA to level the unit test. And the only way that they can do that is because they understand enough about the architecture of the system, so that they can agree that having some certain level of coverage on a given part of the system by unit test is good enough. If they don't know what's in the box, they will always want to try to test outside of the box, which is very, very expensive, hard to maintain, and costly. As I said this already, avoid pull requests. Well, within your team, but especially across multiple teams. This is a very, very bad idea, right? You don't want to do that. Why do you want to do that? It's because so team, they tend to be working in an independent fashion, So they want to have their own iteration. They want to have their own release, and they want to be able to do whatever coding they need to do whatever testing, and then push that bit into production. The moment you start to have a pull request which goes across teams, then you start to need to coordinate with different teams' priority, different team knowledge, and always there is a lot of missing context, because a lot of knowledge is shared within the team, not necessarily with a different team. So the aim should be try to have that team being as autonomous as possible, and ask yourself a question: why do I need this cross-functional team kind of pull request model? What is the thing that I'm trying to gain? What is my objective? And if the answer is because within this team you don't have enough knowledge about the part of the system you're working on, or we don't think you're senior enough, and there is another team which is more senior, then restructure it. Bring that knowledge in. Work with those people. This is not scalable as well. As the more you scale, the more teams you have, this is going to become a nightmare. And people are getting very frustrated because they can't go as fast as they would like, because they have a dependencies on other people which have different priorities. Right, so to summarize, the 3 key steps that you need to do if you want to do continuous delivery. So the first one, you need to enable continuous integration. And you can do this step by step. So you don't need to say tomorrow, okay, let's do continuous integration, all of it. You can start by saying, let's try to adopt trunk-based development. What are the things that we need to change in the way that we write code, in the way that we think about feature, to try to go into that direction. Then design your integration pipeline. This is different for every context. And think about what the artifacts should be. Once you got that, you can start thinking about the continuous deployment. And again, you can do this step by step, one small step at a time. So create your deployment pipeline. Try to bring that deployment knowledge within the artifact itself, so you can evolve it easily, and start thinking about infrastructure as a code. So the infrastructure to support the software, try to make it live with the software itself. And then adjust the process. And this is probably going to be the hardest bit, because most obviously the first 2 things, they require time and effort, but they could be self-contained activities within, the engineering department, the technology department. But this the process adjustment, the autonomous team, the authority in the team, that requires a significant shift in the mindset of the whole company. And there's been a lot of good talk, already. One was by Colin about saying, how do I influence people outside of, my team to bring them and then having buy-in from them, essentially. So that would be the hardest bit for you. So to go back to the initial thing, so continuous delivery can help us with a lot of things. That's it, reduce our time to market. So we have an idea, we want to go to the market as soon as possible, while that idea is still relevant. It allows us to change and adapt very quickly to the change of the market we're operating in. Enables for experimentation. So we have an idea, quite quickly we can experiment on it and validate whether it's good or bad. And we're gonna have an awesome teams, because they're gonna see the result of their work constantly and bringing values to the business. So I want to close with a quote from Susan Pease from ThoughtWorks. So what she says is that continuous delivery doesn't mean that you have to ship in production new feature, every day, every minute. It just means that release needs to be a non-event. That's all it is. Thank you.
Thanks for great presentation. So let's move on to questions. Any questions? Yeah, we have a hand there.
Hi, thank you for a great presentation. I have a few questions for you. First of all, if one repository is used by different teams, for example, and both teams is using trunk-based development, so one team did something in master or trunk branch, and another team did the same, and second team want to deploy, but first team breaks something, how can they solve that?
Right. So that's a great question. So I don't need to repeat it. So it requires a very long answer, and I think there is a lot of angles to it. So one thing is, it go back a little bit to that monolithic model. So the bigger the branch is, the bigger the system is, and the more monolithic it is, the higher the chance of I have committed something which is going to break, something else that somebody else is working on. That chance is higher. So one of the things that you need to try to do is to try to split up the monolith, and in such a way that you have a distributed system where different branches and different parts of the system are localized to a given area. So that's one thing. That said, even on a small branch, you can have that problem, right? I can commit something that probably another pair or another developer in my team is not going to integrate well with, and that's the answer to that. It's a more complicated one, it's a more long-term one. You need to build that testing strategy. So remember that the continuous integration pipeline that we've seen, a key step is I do not commit if I have not run my test locally. So you have to try to have a testing suite which you can run locally, which will give you fast feedback, which is going to give you the confidence that what you're about to commit is going to work with other people's code. So those are the 2 things, I think. So one is you break the monolith, so you reduce the size of the part of the system you work with, and then you can directly break with your code change, and the second one is you create a testing strategy which gives you confidence, and you can run that locally before you commit.
Thank you for an answer. And second question about pull request. We are using pull request for knowledge sharing.
So what?
Knowledge sharing. So when somebody is doing something and a lot of people knows about this repository, we are doing this pull request. Everybody knows what's going on, and then everybody know what was the changes. What's the best approach for this if not using pull request?
Right. This is an interesting thing. So.
Sorry, one more. Just
Yeah.
I understand that code should be self-documented, so we don't use documentation source. So all commands are inside the code. So if guy didn't check the which changes was in code for last 2 weeks, so he don't know what was changed. So pull request getting up to date. Sorry, that's all the question.
No, absolutely. So the pull request one. I don't know if it's a personal thing, but I found it extremely complicated to even understand what's going on in a pull request and whether I should approve it or not. Because so I suddenly receive an email, there's this pull request for you. So I go in there, I can see some difference in the code. Yes, this interface name has changed. This piece of code has changed here, but I have no context whatsoever of why. I don't know why this changes here. I have no idea what is the objective, what they try to accomplish. So I would say that most of the time, because we want to commit often and all the time, our changes will be tiny. So probably if you look at any given change, it won't tell you much, and it's not even worth reviewing it in the sense that the change will be tiny. If I look at the bigger change, then I don't have the context. So I don't think that using the pull request model as a way of sharing the knowledge and telling people why you're doing it or why something has changed is very effective. If you're doing a significant change to your system where you think, I'm not just renaming a variable, I'm changing the way that we connect to the database, or I'm optimizing our caching model, I think a much more effective way of sharing the knowledge would be a lunch and learn, for example, where you give people context, say, this is what the problem I'm trying to solve, this is why I'm doing this is the option we evaluated, and this is what we did. Because mostly what happens when I do a pull request, I have no context whatsoever, and I start thinking about, because I don't know what were the decision behind, what were the reason behind the decision that were made, and then I start raising questions, why I've done this, why I've done that, whether that could have been solved much more effectively in a 5 minutes conversation or a 20 minutes lunch and learn. What was the last one?
Yeah, it was clarification,
Okay,
of the
yeah.
question.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. Any more questions? No, we have one here. Any tools to manage feature toggles?
Yeah, there are a bunch of them. One that you can use is your deployment tool. So there are things like Go can do it. Things like Octopus deployment, if you're using it, can do it. Tools like Chef, which has the concept of environment configuration, can do it. There are other tools which allow also configuration to be changed at runtime. Things like Console from HashiCorp. It's a great tool that you can use for it. So there's a bunch of that.
Cool. Another question is about how to apply blue-green, again blue deployment to DB.
This is very interesting. So blue-green deployment is mostly applied for the code in the sense that I can have 2 versions of my software deployed at every given point in time, and then I decide to switch from one version to another, right? So the database is essentially, it's a single point of failure most of the time, right? So it goes back to the point of how do you do continuous deployment with database. So obviously blue-green deployment is not a technique that you can use there, but what you need to do is to essentially change your database in such a way that it works with multiple versions of your software. So it has to be working with the current version and the version that you want to deploy. So there was an interesting idea from a colleague of mine called Matt Thompson, and then he's basically trying to push for this idea of maybe we should look at the database as if it was a microservice on its own. And the contract between the database and the rest of the system is the schema. And so if you look at it that way, we don't want to break contracts, between services, and that will encourage us to think about a way of evolving the database, thinking as if the schema was the contract, so we don't want to break it. But yeah, I think the key there, you can't apply blue-green deployment. You have to spread breaking changes across multiple releases.
Okay, thanks. One more question. What actions could be made to decrease the number of unwanted wrong features? From
So
50%?
I think the whole point of continuous delivery for me from a product business perspective is to try to mitigate and minimize the negative impact of that 50% of bad stuff, that 1/3 or 2/3 of bad ideas that we were talking about this morning. And that's, I think, for me, is done through through being able to enable experimentation. So we have an idea, we want to create the quickest MVP out of it that we can put it out live for our clients to use, and from day one, as soon as we start thinking about MVP, think about what are the success metrics, what are the things that you're going to measure once that thing is live, and you're going to use that data to decide, I want to push this forward or no, this was a bad idea. So the shorten you can have that process, obviously the shorter that is, the minimal the impact will be of minimizing that 50% of waste essentially.
Cool, thanks. Any questions from here inside? No? Okay, let's move on. How to control DB changes?
Right.
When 2 or more programmers are working on the same package at the same time.
Interesting. So the data, if we look at database as a service, where the schema is the contract, essentially what we want to do is to create a continuous integration pipeline for the database. So one of the practical things that I've done in the past, and it's one of the thing that helps us the most is so create a pipeline where you are able to run tests against the database. What that means is you can run enough tests locally, which essentially will test the new schema of the database, which was currently live in terms of code and also database, and you will be able to generate the delta on the fly and simulate applying them to the production version. So you can tell quite early into your process whether you are evolving your database in such a way that it will be working in production or not. So the short answer there is a continuous integration pipeline for the database, obviously with different characteristics, with the aim of trying to have tests that you can run, which will test a new version of the database with the one in production.
Thanks. And I guess the last question, again about database. Is database code still in CI if you suggest to have a clean 2 version?
Right, so yes, so the database code lives with the software itself, it evolves with the software. So I'm not suggesting actually to have 2 versions of the database code. What I'm suggesting is any version of the database code needs to be able to work with 2 versions of the software. So that's a slightly different thing. So we still have 1 version in master of the database, and that version, as soon as we deploy in production, that needs to be able to work with the current version of the software and the next version. So I deploy the database first, the same version of the software is still there, then I switch to the new version, everything works, then I roll back because it's broken. I do not roll back the database at that point, it still works with the old version of the software. I can then start rolling back the database as well. But what I'm suggesting is the database works with 2 versions of the software, not having 2 different versions of the DB itself.
Thanks.
Cool.
So I've already run ratings, but it still doesn't visible on there. But okay. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank
Small
you.
gift from
Thank you very
Agile
much.
Lithuania. Thanks.
Thank you. Right. Thanks.
So now we have coffee break, and I will switch slide to leave a comment later in some minutes. So don't forget to leave a comment for speaker.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
A lot of people has gathered. That's great. Seems so great speaker is here because of a lot of people. And you've been lately a little bit busy, yeah? Conference TestCon in Kaunas, in Vilnius, yeah? When Agile Tour in Kaunas, when
That's
master
right.
classes, when again conference in Vilnius. So thanks, Susie, for sharing a lot of knowledge with us.
Thank
here
you
in
for
Lithuania.
inviting me. I always love to come to Vilnius, so
Hmm,
it's a nice
okay.
city, nice audience, right?
Great. So, people, you again have a little different Menticom ID. So please input into your mobile phones and ask questions, Susie, during the whole talk. And at the end, we will have questions and answers session. So, Susie, what do you have today for us?
I have something for the Scrum Masters. Or people who would like to become Scrum Masters. Or those who would like to tell Scrum Masters how to be the great Scrum Masters. So pretty much for everyone, right? Are you ready? Okay, good. And we start with a video, right? So you have something visual at the very beginning. Let me see. So as you might see, Papua is a very different place from where we live. And it's extremely interesting. The languages of Papua New Guinea count over 850, which makes it linguistically the most diverse place in the world. To give you some example, people who speak the same language, they often count less than 1,000. Interesting, huh? And though there are similarities, they have a very different rules, rituals, and cultures. Margaret Mead was a culture anthropologist, and in the 1930s she did a research on individualism, competitiveness, and collaboration in Papua New Guinea. It's those guys. And she found out, to actually her big surprise, that those tribes which collaborate are more likely to be successful than those where individuals compete with each other. She also said that individualism is a culture suicide. But she didn't come to Papua to tell them how they should live their lives. She came to listen, try to understand, learn. Now, in our organization, we have teams, tribes, cultures. Very often they don't understand each other. They sometimes speak even a different language, like those finance guys, marketing guys, IT guys. They sometimes don't know what the other group is speaking about. And now we, as Scrum Masters and Agile coaches, we are going to those companies with our tools and processes and frameworks. Would it make a difference if we go with, like culture anthropologists, with just a more listening and curiosity? Try to understand them first. Don't tell them all those best practices. In order to be agile, you have to do daily Scrum every day. 15-minute maximum, right? So I'll tell you my story, how I started. Many years back, 2005, I happened to be in the US at our customer. And they switched to Scrum. So when I got back, my manager told me, hey, and now you're gonna be Scrum Master, isn't that great? I was like, no, I don't want to be Scrum Master. I'm not going to be a Scrum Master, come on. I said, no, but you have to. You're the only person who ever seen Scrum in our company, right? So you have to start it. And I'm like, but I don't like Scrum. I don't want to be Scrum Master. I said, but at least start it, right? Give me 3 months and I find somebody else to take it over and you can return back. So I said, okay, that's a deal. No problem. I'll start it. Well, it's just stupid methods, but I'll start it. So the next day I show up in front of the team members and say them something like, so we are starting a new project, those 2 teams, right? And we're gonna use Scrum. Isn't that great? You know, after 7 months in the US, everything is at least great, if not awesome. So and the reality doesn't wait too long, right? So the feedback from them was like, hey, forget it. We are not going to do that bullshit. It was like, but we have to, right? My only argument, we have to. Because the customers want it. So I said, okay, we have to. Somebody else like, can we fake it? Typical Czech, right? But can we fake it? And I was like thinking about it, so yeah, why not? Actually, I don't care about Scrum, so I'm fine with faking it. Let's do that. Let's move on, right? So that was me, 2005, being a Scrum Master. Now, we actually realized it's harder to fake it than do it. So we did it eventually. But it was not the intention. So, and here we are getting to my question. So what do you think is a Scrum Master ultimate goal? What do you think we learn? You've been in the other talk, right? Yeah, pretty much. To create a high-performing team which is based on self-organization. So in other words, you want to do nothing. Just, sitting there and do nothing. Because they are such a great team. So you don't have to even do anything. You don't have to interfere. You can just stay there and hold the space. So we learned that, and that was a thing which I guess I like. Plus, I realized it's more fun to work with people than with code. So I just stopped coding that day. And that's my first realization, which I did, was that Scrum Master is more than just a team assistant. Because my nightmare when my manager came to me was like, oh, now I have to take care of all their, I don't have a comfortable chair, and my computer is too slow, and I don't know what to do here. And I was like, no. But I actually realized it's quite fun. And later on, I came up with a book and this concept of a Scrum Master way. And the first part of it is a state of mind, like how to make it happen, that you truly, inside of your mind, are a Scrum Master. So in general, you have 5 approaches. The first one, you have to start here, teaching, sharing experiences, mentoring, right? When you have a team, you have to tell them, why do we use Scrum? What is this whole Scrum about? What is the role of a Scrum Master about? What can you expect from each individual meeting? And once you teach them like everything you know, you might share experiences and say, hey, in my previous company, we did this and this and that. We've been using a Scrum board. And that ball which we've been throwing to each other to keep focus. All that, very useful. If you skip it, most likely you're gonna fail, unless somebody else did that, right? So quite important. But actually, sooner or later, you make yourself out of a job, right? And you end up like mostly looking at them and saying like, I tell them everything I know more than 100 times. I just don't think I have anything new to be said. I do this week because I've been at a conference and I learned like 10,000 different wonderful ideas. But the next week, Okay, you read a book or a blog or go to the meetup, but still eventually you end up like mostly saying, what shall I do? So you look around and say, oh, isn't that cool? Hey, isn't that cool? I can remove impediments. Finally, after all, there is a tangible work, right? So how many impediments I remove each week, right? And you start helping the team. Bring a coffee, cakes, new password, and they are happy. They say, oh, thank you for that password. It was so nice of you. And thanks for that coffee. I was so tired that evening. Thank you very much. So and now that's really helpful, right? And sooner or later, they change. And you don't know why. Interaction is very different. So they're saying, hey, I don't really got it. What takes you so long? You know, I'm waiting for this password here for about a day now. How about if you just start reporting what you're doing? Because we don't think you're really working here. And you're sitting there in your chair, in your office, and thinking like, I don't know what went wrong. I mean, I've been trying. And they used to be so happy about it. I do the same, even better. And they are not anymore. Like this, right? And that's a trap for Scrum Masters. That's when they become the Scrum Moms. Or Scrum Assistants, if you wish, right? Kind of a useful, boring role which nobody actually needs. Even your kids, they love it at first, but when they grew up a little bit, they tell you, hey, just go. My daughter, she's 4.5. She just said me, hey, we have to wave. When she's going to the kindergarten, we have to wait. And the other day, she was like waving, and then she kind of shows me, hey, you should already go. And I was like, oh my God. It's starting with 4.5. All right, I'm going, whatever, right? So that's the same thing. Wave, but disappear, right? So this should never be you removing those impediments. This one thing is actually very poorly written in a Scrum guide, I guess, many years back when it says remove impediments. And people take it like that. But it should say help them so they can remove their own impediments, right? Make them adults. Don't keep them as small kids. So, if you learn that your best friend in this space is a root cause analysis, right? So if you are good at identifying root causes, you can help them actually so they can remove 10 different symptoms like that, right? That's good. Quite simple. And it works. So you feel good. And sooner or later, they learn those tools as well. They are not that difficult, right? And they figure out that there is always a root cause. So sometimes they use your asking question tools. But most of the time, they don't. They just say, hey, we already figure out that actually here is the root cause, so that's what we're gonna do, and they don't need you. So you stay there, thinking like, what shall I do? Why I am even here, right? So you look around and say, hey, facilitation, that's true. So we have 4 meetings in Scrum, very important, right? One of them is 5 minutes, by the way. And so, one of them is 5 minutes. So how long am I going to be busy with that? 1 day with preparation, maybe? Okay, 1 day work. What shall I do the rest of the time? Right? And that's another misunderstanding, because you're not facilitator only for those meetings. By the way, those meetings are so silly simple that those smart individuals in your team can facilitate them most of the time by themselves. They don't need you to do that. But you are there to facilitate any internal conversation within a team, and also any external conversation which is happening with a team to somebody else. Stakeholders, customers, users, product owner in a way, as a half external, half internal. Different teams, marketing, sales, managers. Most of you are living in a broader ecosystem. It doesn't stop with the one team and their few meetings. And if you do it right, after all, they learn all those tricks, right? It's not that hard. So time to time, they need you. Time to time, they're happy that you facilitate their retrospective with a new tool, new brand idea, fun. But most of the times, same thing. What shall I do? Hey, there is another one. Coaching. Magical word. Nobody really knows what it is. So I do a little bit of explanation. I start with a metaphor. So you can imagine coaching as a walking around with a virtual mirror and showing the people around themselves from a different angle, right? You see that? Ah, interesting. Right? And how we do that? We're asking questions. So, for example, if you're standing in front of a scrum board, right, and they have like nothing down and only one thing in progress, and it's in the middle of a sprint, well, one of those questions could be, do you think you can still make it? And what do you think you can still finish? And, concerning that you haven't finished anything yet and you have that amount of work done, how much do you think, etc., right? All of those different questions to raise their awareness. There is a big difference between the teaching and sharing, which we started. Because to teach you something, I have to be an expert. I have to be knowledgeable. I have to know all the answers so I can tell you. As a coach, I actually don't have to know any answers at all. All I need to know is how to ask a question and how to wait for the answer. It's very simple if you don't know that answer, and it's extremely hard if you know it. So keep it in mind. Quiet, right? And I promised 5 things. So there is one more in the middle, and that's called observing. There is a story from Toyota factory, the plant, of a director who one day called all of his managers and told them, hey, you know what I did? You have a yellow footprint steps in front of your team, each of you. So what you're going to do, you're going to step here in front of your team and observe them working for 2 hours. And once you're done, you come back to me and tell me what you think. Okay. So he said that they've been coming, all of them, with the same story. Well, my team is really great. I've been standing there and there have been no issues and they are really working well and wonderful, great, awesome team. I said, okay, very well. So go there for another 2 hours. Observing. And he said that after 5 times standing there, observing, they start coming with new ideas, with improvements, because they see things from a different perspective. They've got enough time to see things from a different angle. So that's why we have this observing. Go and see, right? Just go somewhere and see. And take your time. Be a culture anthropologist. There is no right or wrong on your observation. And once you observe long enough, you start to see consequences, trends, differences. There is one more thing that we should take as Scrum Masters, the observing as a core. Standing there, do our observation, and then you face a situation and then choose intentionally one of those 5. Stay here, do a bit of teaching, coaching, facilitation, removing impediments. Whatever feels good at that time. What I learned through my journey is that we all of us have some predefined, used to action. So for example, when I go to the Scrum review, to the company, we usually start with a daily Scrum. So I observe 5 minutes, right? Then they ask me, hey, so you've seen our daily Scrum, what do you think? Well, and what I do, right away to the teaching, right? Because they just ask me what I've seen. What my observation was, by the way, that's all the time the same. Oh my God, that's not a daily Scrum. They don't understand. Oh, it's not Scrum at all. It's just actually some weird status meeting where individuals are reporting to some product owner, Scrum Master, or manager, depending on the situation. Oh, that's all wrong. I have to go back, tell them. Right? Very common mistake. Now, once you start to do things differently, you might try to experiment. So my usual starting point now, in many cases, is just a coaching question. I expect I don't know what they feel, so I ask them, so how did you feel about the daily Scrum? And to my big surprise at the beginning, in most of the cases, they said, oh, it was a great meeting. You know, it was short, just 15, 20 minutes, not long. And we learned something. It's good. Okay, well, huh? Did you are back in your observation circle and thinking like, okay, so what should I do? Maybe if I observe a little bit more and try to understand them, why they find this horrible meeting was actually a good one. It's a matter of perspective, right? So let's see, or maybe I can catch some impediment which I hear there during the daily Scrum and try to find the root cause for that and help them through this. Or maybe I can next time facilitate it in a different way. So I show them through the better facilitation that it could have been done differently. Who knows, right? There is no one approach which would fit one situation. Actually, the more you experiment with those, the more you learn. But keep in mind, do one and return back to observing and stay there. And then make a conscious decision which one I'm going to choose next. And if you don't know, well, maybe the middle part is the best one. Many times, the same thing, it happened to me that I didn't say anything, and then they eventually fix it. They say, oh, we've been actually thinking how you asked us this morning, how we like the daily Scrum, and it was not really that good, it was too long, and we talk about it, and okay, wonderful. They just need the time. Second part, meta skills, right? Those are those things you have to kind of embrace in your mind. First one, curiosity is your friend. Be a culture anthropologist. There is no right, there is no wrong. It's just, oh, how fascinating. Oh, that's interesting. They're coloring their faces. Wow. And those guys, oh, interesting. I want to know more. And how does it look like from this perspective? And that one. And, right? Like this. Be curious. There is no right or wrong anywhere exists. It's a complex system. People's behavior is unpredictable. From one angle, it's good. From the other angle, it's bad. Who knows? Respect. Specifically, once you look at things, start to look at things from different angles, through curiosity, you hear all those different things. Our quality is really bad. Oh, interesting. We have 0 bugs. We have our best company concerning quality. Huh. Interesting. How those two people, are they even working in the same team? Right? So respect. They are all right in a way. That's my favorite for myself. In general, once you start observing a lot and got better in it, you're impatient because you see it. You just know what is wrong. Do you have to tell them all the time? Maybe not. Maybe if you don't tell them and hold it, they will figure it out. So be patient. Specifically when asking some questions which they never think about. Let it go. They might figure it out later. And the next one is a playfulness. It's a game. It's like this adventure game, where you end up in a room out of random. You just fall down through the ceiling. Hey, what shall I do? I have something in my pocket. Not really. I have this thing. Not sure what is useful. hey, there are some people, I might try to talk to them or, do something with them. Not responding, doors are locked, windows closed. What shall I do? I can use something, right? Water, not really, right? Like this. You try all different things in these situations. And finally, you end up with some crazy idea that if you open the bottle and put it here, it will actually open a secret door and you continue with the game, right? So being a Scrum Master is the same thing. You don't know which crazy idea will finally make a click in a team. So enjoy it. It's fun. You're gonna love it. There is one thing. You're only gonna love it if you take it as this kind of adventure game. If you would expect that somebody would tell you step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, you're gonna hate it because those steps doesn't exist. So take it as a game. Be creative, playful. Try all crazy things and see what happens. It's a never-ending learning journey. So of course, as Scrum Master, you need to know all of Agile. You must be the biggest Agile enthusiast all around, right? Because otherwise, how likely those other people in the company would follow you? Sometimes the Scrum Master stand up in front of a team, and I didn't really do a good job either, right? I just say you have to, right? They're doing a different typical mistake. They're saying, well, I don't really know, that Scrum is kind of weird. But, they write that you should do the retrospective every sprint, so I think we can try it maybe. Well, they will not follow, right? Just know why those things are here. And believe in it. If you don't believe it yourself, you're going to fail. I got lucky. They just followed somehow because I told them we have to, but after all, in order to be great, you have to understand what is Agile. So eventually, once I learned what it is, myself at least a bit, I started to do the Agile community and write the first Czech language book because I felt there is no Czech language book about Agile exists. So I felt the need to spread the message around, etc., right? Then, on this side, you must be good at explaining. If you share something, they must say, oh, that's interesting, tell me more. If you are really boring and not speaking to the point, they'll say, well, it's too complicated, forget it. I'll do something else, right? So even explaining is the art. Then we have experience sharing, right? That's coming from your passion anyway. On the other side over here, we have the facilitation and coaching. So now we'll do a test. How many of you did before some coaching class or facilitation class? That's quite good, about 10%, right? Congratulations! Every single Scrum Master should do it because it's half of your approaches. Half of the time you should do some facilitation or coaching. And we're never going to be as great as professional facilitators who facilitate a conflict between two countries, for example. And we're never going to be as great as professional coaches. But we could be at least that little good on both. And then at the bottom we have this change management because after all, implementing Agile, Scrum, Kanban is a change. It's change of culture, way of working, way of thinking. It's a mindset. It's useful if you are good at some technical practices like extreme programming, right? And it's also useful if you are good at business. And now I don't mean the content-wise business, but the business agility kind of principles, tools, etc., right? So again, you can coach your product owners. Last one from this section is leadership. Scrum Master is a leadership position. So sometimes people ask me, but I understand I do all that like observing, for example. I can do it, but what should I, claim in my timesheet? Well, I don't know. Whatever makes sense. I was doing a Scrum Master job. What is your CEO claiming into their timesheets? Do they have any? Does it even make any sense, right? It's a leadership position, so all you need to be is to have some empathy, some kind of a vision. What do you want to achieve? Which direction you want to go with this team, ecosystem, organization? Should be able to heal the relationships, help the others to grow and become leaders as well. It's not about you telling them, it's about you creating an environment where they can grow and take over the responsibility and become leaders. Building communities, right? Listening, all that. So, a couple of my tips to remember, right? Scrum Master is a leadership role. It's not a Scrum Mom, it's not a Scrum Assistant, it's a leader. Everyone can be a leader. Leader is not a position thing, right? It's a state of mind. So it's a leadership position. And you should be able to work at 3 levels. The first is my team. That's where we all started. Or most of us, I guess. You need that experience in order to make it tangible, because otherwise it's kind of a fluffy thing which you don't really touch. My team. So at this level, you facilitate a retrospective, you explain what is Scrum about, you teach a development team how to write a good user stories, you help them to remove some impediments and be self-organizing, cross-functional, great team. If you do it right, in about 6 months, you end up observing, right? How nice, do nothing. And there is a second level waiting for you, right? So the second level is called relationships. So this time, you're not focusing on your one development team. You still have your one development team. But you're focusing on all those relationships and links with your development team and the others. Product owner, manager, customers, stakeholders, other teams, right, in the organization. That's a time where we expect from Scrum Masters to be good at scaling, to understand really facilitation at larger groups, because you have to be able to facilitate a workshop with about 60 people, for example. Not just 7, right, but 60 this time. And coach groups like that. And teach some interesting workshop for marketing, maybe, who are part of this ecosystem. If you do it right, if you do it right, in about 3 years, you end up, observing your dream job become true. Do nothing. Because the whole ecosystem over there is self-organized. And you're ready for number 3, which is entire system. The whole organization. You still have one of your development team somewhere over here, but it's not that important anymore. You look at the whole organization. You really help others to become leaders. You build those communities. You facilitate an open space meeting for the entire organization to deal with the new management practices of performance review, for example, or how to motivate employees, right? You use all those decentralization techniques, etc. All over, you need a system view. The metaphor of it is to be an observation tower and see things from atop. And there are 2 rules. One says everyone is right. There is no right and wrong. And the other one says everyone is right, but only partially. That's a culture anthropologist mindset. There is no right and wrong. I'm just curious. I want to see things from a different perspective. And it's right from this perspective, and it's right from that as well, just only partially. So the second tip is look at the organization from the system level and be really the culture anthropologist. And last one, you just need to be one step ahead. Because if you go to the team who has no clue what the Agile is about, You can't tell them that, well, you know what, I'm just coming from an organization where we have like no positions and open salaries. And they would say like, what? She's completely crazy. So just be one step ahead. Give them something which is understandable for them. And that's difficult because the longer you are in an agile space, the more disconnected you are from those people who haven't started yet. So be able to go back, observe enough long to understand them, and give them a hand. Be as close so you can give them a hand. And don't push. And don't be behind. Be only one step ahead. To summarize those 3 tips, right? Scrum Master is a leadership position. So you need to be a servant leader. Help others to grow into the leader position. Observe. Look at the organization from a top perspective, from system perspective. There is no right or wrong exist, right? And be a cultural anthropologist from that perspective and be only one step ahead and push them. You can't push them anyway. All you can do is to motivate them to change. I'm an author of this book, and I have 1 copy here to give away for the best question. Otherwise, you can get it on this website or from Amazon. And you can connect with me everywhere on LinkedIn or wherever else. Do we have any questions? A lot of. I noticed when you put it here, so I thought it's kind of a way how to tell me that I should answer questions. So.
Yeah, so maybe first questions here, and then we have online, and also we have some time left. So that's great. We have a lot of questions, a lot of time. Let's move on. And here is the first question.
Hello, 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 hello.
But do you have a best question then? Let's see, let's see. No? Okay. There is question.
I can start off, then I hand it over to you.
Ah, here are you.
Thanks, a very good talk. I really enjoyed that. I'm not looking for a silver bullet, but would you have some tips whenever you are hired as a Scrum Master, you start working with a team, but the manager above you, he doesn't understand what the Scrum Master role really is, and perhaps he believes that you should be a secretary booking meetings and things like that. Is there any tip that you could share with us?
My manager believed, not the direct manager. The direct manager didn't really care that much. He cares about the outcome. But the manager above us, he believed that we should be all developers, coding all of the time. And how we deal with it, we didn't really tell him much. So all of those years I've been acting as a Scrum Master, all of those years I didn't touch a code at all. I've been actually acting as a Scrum Master, but I've been having a position of senior developer or whatever it was. And no one needs to know, right? As far as the outcome you generate is better, and as far as your team is actually happy about your role, it was okay. Sometimes somebody mentioned it like, but you have this position. And I was like, yeah, so do you want to fight with this guy? And do you want to go to explain him? No. But who cares? We are a team together, right? So they've been okay. So I would say, don't tell it up front. Do it and show it works. Then nobody would challenge it. And actually, 4 years after, we've got official Scrum Master position.
Cool. One more question was there.
First question. First, who came in my mind, how much does the book cost?
30 euro, roughly. The Amazon changed the price like all the time, so.
And the second question, how long did you write this book?
About, the writing itself was not that long. It was about half a year. The most difficult was to get it published and get it in a nice shape, etc., and then got it republished, and then got it translated, etc., etc., etc. By the way, I like your question. It's yours.
Great. So other
Maybe
questions.
you can come later for a signature.
Do we have more questions here in audience? No? So one more. Yeah, okay. Let's move on there. But still, while waiting for the question, we have kudos, first speaker with a storytelling skill. So a lot of likes for that. Yeah, we can have a question.
Okay, so what if you come from an organization that requires Scrum and Agile to be implemented from the management part, but the management itself is not Agile? For instance, the requirements are created for 1 year ahead, and you have to follow that.
That's quite typical. 95% of organizations are like that. That one day, you know, here we've been 100% traditional. Here we actually switched and we are on an agile journey because somebody decided so. And as the time goes, day by day and sprint by sprint, they actually learn what does it mean to be agile. And some of those would say, oh, we don't like it, we want to go back, and they go back. And some of those would say, oh, how could we do it this way? We need to inspect and adapt. And then they do to the second phase and they say, oh, we actually inspecting and adapting and it's a good thing, and they start to enjoy it. And then they are truly agile. So being agile is not like from one day to another. You go through a transition. You are actually on a journey, life journey. You're never gonna be done because there is always a better way. My class, for example, for Scrum Masters changed significantly when I started teaching it. I was teaching something which from nowadays perspective I would say, oh my God, that's wrong, right? It was still helping people. Now I end up teaching something and I'm quite sure that 5 years from now, it's gonna be different. But now I don't even say it's wrong or right. I'm just saying, well, it's constantly changing and inspecting and adapting. So take it this way. It's okay. It's your job to change their minds. Hard job, I know. But I don't have a silver bullet answers, sorry.
Great, thanks. One question from online. Can a non-technical person be a Scrum Master for the pretty technical team?
Yeah, you can. You're gonna be most likely better Scrum Master than the very technical Scrum Master. Because the very technical Scrum Master will have difficulties to coach. Because as a technical person, I know the answers, I'm just telling them, right? On the other hand, it's harder. Because if you came up in front of a team who is not like 100% enthusiastic, very often they challenge me somehow like, that's all great, you know, all that agile, but did you ever did anything like that? And to your big surprise, by the way, it's enough to say, yes, I did. And I'm usually waiting if they ask the second question, like, hey, can you tell us more about it? But very often they say, oh, really? Oh, okay, solved. So with a high self-confidence, there is a risk, the poker face, right? But I have a story prepared. I was just so surprised that in many cases they don't even ask for the story. They ask for yes or no. So if you say yes, you're good. Otherwise, you say no, but actually, you know, I don't need to because I'm a Scrum Master, and then you can explain the Scrum Master position. That's the hard way how to do it, right? But you can, and you're actually going to be much better.
Okay, one more question from online, unless we have here some hands. No, no hands, so yeah.
Working remotely? I don't think so. If you have a 100% remote team where everybody is sitting somewhere else, then you make your life as a team 10 times or 100 times harder. Those teams who make it happen, they work in a way so anytime anybody works, they start an online video channel where they see each other, hear each other, like all the time, and that's how they kind of virtually work together. If you don't have it, if you have the feeling that Scrum Master can just, call those 3-4 meetings and that's it, you're not a Scrum Master, you're an assistant who's scheduling meetings. So you should be with a team, and if the team is distributed itself, well, good luck, but it's still possible. But you have to spend 10 times more effort to make it a team spirit, make it a team, make it personal. So one of those tips on a distributed environment is make it personal. Let people see each other, let people feel each other, let them do something together. And if you can do something together face to face, then do something together virtually. We have these technologies, it works. But in other ways, not really.
Okay, our time is up, but still a lot of questions. So one more time, the last question. What would be your advice for the fresh Scrum Master with not much experience who has entered pretty well organized team?
Buy a book, go to my training. Oh my God, me as a coach? No. I think be a good culture anthropologist. Listen. Ask why. Be curious. You don't have to do anything. Keep in mind that your ultimate goal is to do nothing. So be good at that. Because you said he is fresh, etc. I guess he is fresh in general, like person pretty much right after the school or something, right? And then it's very difficult. So I would say find a mentor in the organization preferably, right? Somebody who is a Scrum Master of a different team who would help you and kind of guide you through it, because I don't think you're gonna make it if you don't have enough experiences. Or some backup who would tell you that's okay, don't do anything, that's fine. As we discussed, stay here, you don't have to interfere. Because we all have that urge like, but I have to show that I'm working, right? And you're moving like this, but you should not, and then it doesn't work. You have to be ready mentally to stay there and do nothing for a day, or 2, or 3, or the entire sprint. And then when they tell you, hey, can we facilitate a retrospective because we've been doing it anyway, so can we do that? You should be able to say, okay, show it to me, and then maybe I'll show you something else next time, and be okay. Most of the Scrum Masters who are like fresh, whatever it means, right, would say like, but that's my job, they are taking my job, what shall I do, right? So keep calm, let them show, and then try something. Or maybe as a second hint, what I would do nowadays is like, I would tell them, hey, I'm new for that role, would you help me to be a great Scrum Master? And ask a team to guide me. If you have any other questions, I'm here still at least 30 minutes over the break and at the beginning of the closing keynote. So if you have any questions, feel free to stop by. Otherwise,
Thanks.
good luck.
Great speech. And small gift from Agile Lithuania.
Thank you.
One more,
Thank
yeah?
you very much. One more, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. You can exchange later.
I can give it to you as a
And you
gift
can
for
leave
your
comment for Susie.